Luther is now a movie. Luther has always been ran and written by the same man, British-born but New Zealand-based Neil Cross. But it started in a season of 6 episodes back in 2010, then fiddled around with format as it went on. Series 1 held 5 or 6 individual stories with arc elements running through them. Then Series 2 and Series 3 were 2 sets of 2-episode stories each. Then a prequel novel from Neil Cross came out between Series 2 and 3. Then came Series 4 as just 2 linked episodes, released in some territories as a joint TV film. And along with Series 4 came Murdah Loves John, an in-character concept album from Idris Elba. Then came Series 5, 4 episodes of one story that released over 4 consecutive days. And now Luther is a film. It was even in cinemas for a short time, that's where I saw it, but it is chiefly a Netflix movie. We've looked at the past 5 Luther series, and now we're going to have a dig into the Luther film. So digging away today will be myself, Neo from Australia, along with resident Luther fan Tyler from England, and sometime Luther viewer Ingiga from England.
I think a Luther apostate, something like that, might be in lines with it. Lapsed Lutherist, Lutheran, something like that.
That fits very well, doesn't it? There's a lot of topics I want to get into today, directly about the film and kind of circling around the film. The evolution of the Luther form and format, what it means for Luther to be a movie now. Luther was always a TV show, but there's been little offshoots of it. There's lots of remakes in other countries, some of them quite successful. There were sorts of comics for Series 2 and 3. There's of course the album that came out with Series 4. There was also a music video that came out for the title track of that album. So now we have a big Luther movie that's not a TV show. And we also had a short Luther film, a music video back then I want to get into as well, because it hits off the movie in some interesting ways. So we'll get into that as well. But talking about the movie, there's some specific set pieces and dialogue from the movie I'd love to dive into, like the Piccadilly Circus set piece. I want to talk about James Bond as well, because the film does. And I think the paratext running alongside Luther the show all these years has as well. And I think it's really interesting the way the film plays with Bond. I want to get into the idea of Luther Land, as Neil Cross puts it. How the film suggests the show's kind of conception of Luther's setting, you'd think it would be London, can be sort of expanded or evolved beyond London, and what we think about that. I want to talk about Andy Serkis's villain, David Robey, and how Neil Cross writes villains. I want to talk about this question of whether there is more or less Luther characterization in the film compared to the series, and a lot of other interesting odds and ends from film era interviews. But before we get into all that, I want to ask you both, Tyler and Ingiga, how did you actually see the movie? Gig, how did you see The Fallen Sun?
I watched it on Netflix legally when it came out. I did my duty as a consumer to support Luther and Cross and Elba. I streamed it on my browser.
Tyler, how did you see The Fallen Sun?
I went to a cinema called The Electric in Birmingham, which is actually the UK's oldest working cinema. And I saw it with a pint of cider served in real glass, which I've never had in a cinema before, so that was nice.
Lovely. Well, I drove a couple hours out from where I live to find one of the few Australian cinemas playing the film, and I took with me a mate who had never seen any Luther in his life. So that was a really interesting experience, especially because I've seen online so many people have opinions about, whether the movie could or couldn't work for the people not familiar with Luther as a show. And I have a experiment. I performed the experiment myself, so I have some of the answers there. We'll get into that. But first, I think it makes sense to start with the title. Luther, the Fallen Sun. I've seen a lot of confusion from different people over this title, and a lot of people probably thought it had an obvious meaning and then are surprised to see people think it has different meanings. Before I actually saw the film, I had no idea what it meant. I thought it had kind of an occulty vibe, something the show sometimes plays with. Then I saw the movie and I thought, it means that. I thought it was a kind of obvious explanation. And then I haven't really seen many other people think it means what I thought. So I want to ask you both, what do you think The Fallen Sun means?
Well, having watched the film, my first thought was that I guess it must refer to Luther, surely, because he was such a idolised, heroic figure, and then he fell, he was in prison, he was disgraced, so now he's the fallen son. Maybe there's some weird Icarus mythological resonances there or something like that. Yeah, I wondered if it might have something to do with like the murder case in this film, but I couldn't really find any particular link. So yeah, I've just got to assume it means Luther.
I left the cinema racking my brain about that, and the best thing that I could come up with, which I wasn't the same as Gig, I wasn't sold on it, was that the fallen son referred to the murdered boy in the beginning that whose mother Luther made a promise to, that kind of sets up the premise for the film and why he goes to the extremes that he goes to. But it doesn't really make sense because, why would it be characterized as the son, not, son and heir? So yeah, so that was what I took.
So you both, you approached it in a very phonetic way. You heard son and you thought of male child in lots of ways.
Hey, I didn't actually think of the child as an S-O-N. I thought son as in terms of light, like something you look up to, I guess, like sort of a god almost, that kind of thing.
I apologize, Gig. I understand. Well, I looked carefully at the spelling because I was so fascinated in all the months leading up to the film. Son, that's what made me think occulty. Like the show has dealt with Satanists and things like that before. The Fallen Son sounds sort of Thomas Harris to me. It sounds very occulty.
Kind of like fallen angel, like Lucifer almost, isn't it? Like Lightbringer.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought it's got to be something about the sun, whether metaphorical or the literal sun. And then some of the first images we saw of the film were of this crazy idea of Luther land now not being London. Luther in a different land. Luther in these icy, mountainous areas. Those were some of the first images we saw of the film, and they really stuck with me because the most iconic thing about Luther, besides Idris Elba's character, and besides She Who Must Not Be Named, judging by how the film goes about it, is London. It's how the show realizes London in such an iconic way. The show's used different directors, but London is always realized in a really specific comic booky, Gotham-esque, super stylized way in the show. I think London is it's such a cliche to say, but London is as big of a character in the show as so-and-so. London's a huge aspect of the show. So to see the film have part of it not set in London in those promotional photos really set me alight. And then I actually saw the film, and I think the most significant part of the film is that third act where we're not in London anymore, Toto. We're in Norway. We've gone north. We've gone through a ferry, and now we're into Norway, and it's Luther in this entirely different setting that feels entirely different. It's a totally new thing for Luther, the show and the character. So I think all the Norway stuff is really, really significant. And when he got to Norway, and it was really dark when they first arrived, and then it was, bright a little bit later, I thought, oh yeah, that's something I know about really northern and Nordic countries, is that the sun sets really early there. They get dark really easily. And so I figured the fallen sun was just a kind of nod to how significant it was for Luther land to expand beyond London and move into Norway. I thought it was just referencing that.
Is there a but coming?
So what was it referencing?
Well, we're all wrong. Because what the title actually means, I do not think we could have predicted. But Neil Cross does reveal where it came from. So I'm going to read you his words. Get ready for this because it's kind of amazing. This comes from a Radio Times article that spends a few paragraphs wondering what Fallen Sun could mean. The article itself reads, "There are, of course, options for what the title is referring to. Could it be Luther himself, who has been disgraced and sent to prison? Could it be in reference to the darkness of Robey's plot? Could it be a play on words, hinting at the son of Corinne Aldrich, who goes missing at the start of the film? All of these could potentially be in the mix. However, speaking exclusively with Radio Times, writer Neil Cross and director Jamie Payne were able to give us some greater insight into the choice of title. When asked about the title, Cross admitted that finding a name for the film was the single hardest part of the entire process. It's so terribly, terribly easy to roll over and give something a generic name. It seems fine in the moment, but you go on to regret it for the rest of your born days." So, before I reveal any last guesses, before you learn what it actually is.
Could it be some oblique reference to Skyfall, like Sunfall or something like that? I don't know.
Any guesses, Tyler?
No, I've no idea. I'm waiting in suspense. Go on.
Okay. So Neil says, "We had to find a title that belonged to Luther Land as we'd already established it, which sounded like it's an extension of the existing lore and universe, which in some way also teased the nature of the story within. you can imagine it as a book cover. It kind of teases at least the spirit of the offense of the narrative. But the brave global world. This thing is released simultaneously all over the world, so it had to be somehow a title which both captured the essence of the lore of the moment of this particular story, which could also easily be translated into every language. So it was not an easy process. Director Jamie Payne adds, "I have to say I'm glad that didn't fall on my shoulders, because you can only imagine how many titles we got through. There was a generating machine that went on for weeks." Neil Cross said, "Oh, I have to say I lost my mind, and I was doing that kind of William Burroughs thing where I was just drawing up words which in some way felt Lutherish, and moving them around and going through lists of songs, and then calling both of my sons saying, 'Is there a song I've never heard of that says Luther to you?' There were a couple of song titles, but I can't remember what they were. Paradise Circus was one of the things we considered, which is the name of the theme song. I still think that's a good title. The Calling, which is the name of the book, was another. And so the article concludes, The Fallen Sun was chosen as the title for a host of reasons to capture the film's essence, rather than as a specific reference to a plot point or character."
Oh my fucking god.
So that's the entire answer. That's it.
Yeah, it was just something that had the Luther vibe, which could translate directly to lots of different languages.
Just sounds nice. It means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. It's a meaningless title. In fact, there was a machine generator.
Well, I think when he says generating machine, I think he means that figuratively rather than literally putting it into an AI. I think he just means in terms of they were constantly coming up with ideas. I hope.
I hope so. I do hope so.
I like the thought of Cross cutting up like bits of like words and like mixing and matching them together, and, you know, like a sort of surrounded by scraps of paper.
Netflix also wanted the title card to read The Fallen Sun. They wanted a chapter heading in the title card, but Neil and Jamie Payne were kind of insistent. They just wanted the title card to say Luther, and they want it to be that way for any other Luther films that may happen in the future, because Jamie Payne says, "Luther, for me, the series is made up of many chapters of a story. Because this is the beginning of a fresh relationship in a new space, Netflix kind of wanted to chapterize the actual title, but we wanted it very deliberately just as Luther. This is Luther."
Right. It's like how the Doctor Who TV movie is sometimes called The Enemy Within, but everyone just knows it's the TV movie, right? It's like that. It's just Luther.
I'm really disappointed they didn't go for Paradise Circus. I think that would have been really nice.
I think that might have been leaning a bit too heavily on the good song that they borrowed from Massive Attack, almost, to make that the title of the film. It just feels like bootlegging something else's like cultural weight, almost.
I'm glad they didn't call it The Calling as well, because, like, come on, man, you literally wrote a Luther story called that. You can't do a Torchwood Day 1 and just go, what a great title, let's do it again. You have to use a new one. So, do you see what I mean? It was impossible to predict because it doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, that's one way of doing it. You know, completely enigmatic, just have no meaning at all. No one can decipher you then.
Well, it's just quite disappointing, isn't it? It's quite disappointing that I respect this writer a lot, and I have a lot of faith in his ability, and the fact that you couldn't title this movie and that he did this wishy-washy Radio Times answer about what it means and what it doesn't mean, and how ambiguous it is, and how that's clever. That's quite disappointing to me.
To be fair, the title, I mean, clearly it wasn't very important to them, you know, in terms of the actual story. It was purely just from a vibes point of view. That's the only really meaning they assigned to it. You know, they didn't even include the title in the film itself. You know, it's not even the title card. So
yeah,
really, it's like probably the least important aspect of this entire project.
I want to talk about like what it means for Luther to be a movie now and how it functions as a movie versus a show. But before I get into that, what happens in the movie? That's not like a gotcha. Let's go through kind of what the movie's about. What is the story of the movie?
Well, just before series 5, apparently there was a murder that Luther was trying to figure out. He promised that he would catch the killer of this guy, who was essentially lured out with the threat of private screenshots being leaked. It was basically lured to his death, or disappearance, rather. But before Luther can solve this murder and catch the guy, suddenly, this whole dossier of secrets and shit. Basically,
Series 1 to 5, basically.
yeah, basically all the lore about Luther. That whole file that like George had in Series 3 or something like that, or even worse probably, gets leaked, dumped, whatever. So Luther is put in the dock, he's arraigned, he's exposed, he is disgraced, and he's thrown in jail, which really is kind of a logical consequence. I mean, he even got arrested at the end of Series 5, didn't he? So it's the most surprising thing is that it didn't already happen to him beforehand, right?
Do we like how, because I've seen lots of different opinions here, how it's one of those things some shows do, or some films do now, I guess, where I don't think it's, like, it is a retcon, but it's not just a retcon. It's like we've made entirely new scenes, which are kind of, we're putting them inside of things you've seen before. Like Arrested Development Season 5 starts with multiple episodes that actually take place within the ending of the finale of Series 4. I think it kind of goes beyond a retcon, because it's kind of, we've got a bunch of new story, but we're placing it in an earlier thing, and we're kind of generating the actual story we want to get to out of it. I've seen mixed opinions on this, because I've seen some people, actually quite a lot of people, think Luther's arrested at the end of Series 5 for reasons to do with Series 5, which is, and I've seen a lot of people forget this, but I rewatched the Series 5 finale to make sure I had it straight. It's because the Cockney gangster George Cornelius has a photo that makes it look like Luther just killed someone. Luther didn't actually kill him. George Cornelius killed him and then took a photo that made it look like Luther killed him. It's very convoluted. That photo, it came through to Luther's boss, who's the only other character from the show in this film. Then Series 5 ends with Luther having a big confrontation with his lifelong arch nemesis lover, Alice. Alice ends up falling from a structure that mirrors the start of Series 1, where the killer from the prequel novel also falls from a structure. Luther gets arrested, we presume because of that photo and just general mayhem with Alice towards the end there, and also that Luther's partner, D.S. Halliday, we'll talk more about her later, gets killed by Alice in the commotion towards the ending of Series 5. Basically, there were a lot of good reasons for Luther to get arrested at the end of Series 5, and as the film shows, there's a lot of good reasons in general for Luther to get arrested. But in Series 5, it looked like he was arrested for a couple of those reasons. The film says, during Series 5, Luther was also involved in another case, which the film starts with. Like Gig said, kid got lured out, killed, Luther promised kid's mother, I will find the killer. Killer didn't like that because killer's anti-circus, and he got Luther in trouble because of that. We've kind of integrated in a new reason for Luther's arrest. We've actually made a much bigger reason for Luther's arrest at the end of Series 5. But it is the same arrest. I've seen lots of people think Series 5 ends, Luther goes to prison, Luther somehow gets out, Luther starts a new case at the start of the film, then Luther goes to prison again. That's not what happened.
Snip, snap, snip, snap.
Oh, is this? Are you saying that there are people who see this as being between season 4 and 5?
No, I'm saying there's people who think Series 5 ends with Luther going to prison for the Cornelius photo. Luther's in prison for a while. Luther gets out of prison, is reinstated, is a cop again.
Oh, sure.
Luther gets a new case with Callum Aldrich, and then he gets put in prison again because of David Roby's dossier.
Right. Yeah. No.
But it's the same thing. We've just integrated in a new. We've kind of done a cheeky little retcon into Series 5, which I thought worked for me. I don't know about you guys.
It's typical of Cross, isn't it, to kind of to make this. To take an established finale concept and dismantle it in the premiere of the next thing.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think to make it a grander on a grander scale, the reason for his arrest is there's a big villain behind it. Is a bit Skyfall. It's a bit Spectre, isn't it? It's a bit Blofeld. So it feels more action filmy.
What I actually really liked about it was that the film is mostly doing its own thing. There's actually very, very few references to the show.
It's a soft reboot, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll talk a bit later about why Neil Cross chose to do that, because he's addressed it in a few interviews. But the film is really sparse on references to the actual show. So I thought it felt like a really nice kind of nod to the show to have the arrest, which kind of drives the film, be basically because Series 1 to 5 happened. He's arrested because of all the hijinks he's got up to over the course of the show. That felt really summative to me, and that felt like a cool, kind of nod towards the show and using the show to propel into the film. I liked that sense of it.
Honestly, that feels like a better reason for Luther to be in prison than because of all the hijinks at the end of Series 5. I feel like all the sort of the convolutions that are piled on by Series 5, like, oh my god, some new scandal with George Cornelius happened, so Luther's in prison. Like, that's kind of naff. Like, no one cares about that. Like, new audiences watching the film, they don't care about that. So basically having a new reason that is just a summative like you say, collection of all Luther's crimes makes much more sense. What I do think is a bit weird is that they feel the need to actually go as far as inserting Andy Serkis into this. Like, I would have been fine if they just hadn't explained why Luther's in prison. I just assumed, yeah, Luther's in prison. That's what I expected to happen. It's very normal for someone this corrupt to end up in trouble for it eventually. But no, they make it a whole connection with how Andy Serkis has this operation to uncover people's shame. So Luther gets his own shame uncovered, all those secrets.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the film is basically 3 references, like direct references to the show. We see the Series 5 villains in the news report about Luther being jailed. We say, just to remind you, this film was set after Series 5. Luther just apprehended the Series 5 baddies. Then, around the middle of the film, after the Piccadilly Circus set piece, we have a cop involved in apprehending Luther. Turns out to have worked with Luther before in the Series 2 premiere story. And then in the third act, when they're in Norway, Luther talks a bit with Odette Rain about his wife, who was a huge factor in Series 1, and they talk a bit about the wife being dead, which was a huge factor in Series 1. I'm pretty sure that's it for direct references.
I can't think of any others, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'm totally fine with that. Is that a hot take? I'm fine with the movie doing its own thing.
Yeah, I'm fine with that too. I'm fine with that in the sense that I understand the direction of the... Gig called it a soft reboot, and yeah, that's exactly what it is. I'm okay with Luther expanding out into a new sort of new field, and in order to establish new territory, not getting too stuck in the old ways. The only thing that, and I've expressed this before, the only thing that really quite upset me was that Luther has lost a lot of people. Well, beyond his wife, he's lost a lot of people in his life as a character, and these are things that have established the character to the point that he is now. So to have no reference to even a vague reference to old friends, is quite disappointing, especially considering that one of them was his fault. Benny's was his fault.
Okay, it's worth bringing this in now. Neil Cross has talked about this. He says he dislikes Easter eggs because they feel exclusionary to him.
You know, I'm not sure there's any Easter eggs as such, because I worry that something which is a genuine Easter egg is a kind of discourtesy to new viewers. Because it's like meeting two friends and they make a private joke, and you see they're making a private joke and you feel a bit excluded. But there are, because, you know, Idris and John and Jamie and I have been together a long time. So there are references to the past. There are little acknowledgements and little nods to what's gone before in all kinds of ways, but never in such a way as to be kind of sneering and smart and to be discourteous to new viewers.
And I think this is quite interesting because not many people are really like this. I know there's like the kind of mercantile reason of we don't want to put references into a show, into a movie, because we need to capture new viewers. Lots of franchises do that when TV moves to film. But this kind of, it's so Neil Cross, isn't it? Because it's like the little, it's a kind of neurotic reasoning about, I don't want people to feel like we're laughing without them. I think that's very him, and I think it's a kind of interesting reasoning. What do you guys think of that?
There's an extent to which you can do that, and I think in this case it suffered from losing some of the characterization that had previously been built by refusing to acknowledge just that one thing. It was just that one thing for me was that he was talking about his wife, and he's talking kind of vaguely about his wife died. And that, you know, that makes sense. But that was all the way back in season 1. There's been a lot more stuff that's happened since then. There have been a lot more people that have died since then, and they've shaped the character in massive ways. And we've talked about this a lot on the podcast. So for that not to have been mentioned, I think is it's a lack, significant lack.
I'm fine with Alice, who's, you know, the other heart of the show, not being part of the film. But I also don't think referencing Alice inherently has to be an Easter egg.
Yeah.
Like, the film finds a way to reference Zoe in a way that doesn't feel exclusionary. You know, it makes sense that he would have had a wife that died. That's not that surprising. I think there are ways he could have kind of referenced that he had some weird on-again, off-again relationship with a serial killer. I think there's ways you could have brought that in. I don't know if you would have needed to for the film specifically, but I don't think like it was something you could not touch. It wasn't part of space and time you could not touch. I think it was possible to touch it. And kind of on that note, Neil Cross did say he wrote dream sequences and visions and whatnot with Ripley, just because he likes writing Ripley so much. And, you know, he would write these and then just throw them away because he felt like it was something he wanted to write, but he didn't want to actually put in the final product of the film.
That is so him.
Movies in general, like, Neil Cross says he's been thinking of doing a movie since, guess what series?
Series 1?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Idris and I have been talking about it since it's either the end of season 1 or the beginning of season 2. Around that time, the emails and the text started to bounce around. So we've been thinking about it for a long time. The time wasn't right until now.
It's not since, Series 5 was all directed by Jamie Payne, who directed the film. He was a fan of the show from beforehand. He did all of Series 5, and then they moved on to the film together. But it's not just since him. It's literally since the end of Series 1. Neil Cross says Idris and Neil have been talking about a movie. Why? What's the big deal with movies? Why do they want it to be a movie?
Because the character's so big, and I don't mean big in a physical sense or in a cultural sense. I mean that the character is so high energy and high quality, and it's that there feels more to Luther than any other detective on TV at the moment. So I can see the want to compare him to a sort of James Bond figure as they often do. I think the types of cases in the show are often really heightened reality and high stakes, and I think that it lends itself quite well to film in that it is comic book-esque.
The show has always been cinematic, hasn't it? I remember, in you guys' Series 1 discussion, there were all those clips with people working behind the show talking about how they frame shots in a way where you leave lots of space behind Luther's head and stuff. And
we wanted to, both with composition and lighting and framing, show who he is and how he thinks. I think particularly what we felt was that we're dealing with a thriller, and we're dealing with this man's way of looking at the world and the way his mind works, and that we wanted to get a little bit of tension into it for the thriller aspect, but we also wanted to have this slightly skewed worldview that Luther has. And when we arrived at this, what's become a bit of a Luther framing, lots of headroom and short-siding frames, and people pop right down in the bottom corners of frames.
I think the style is a big part of, the way Luther's mind thinks. It's slightly off kilter.
Actually invites you to consider what's going on inside their head. It's almost like the equivalent of the space where the thought bubble goes in the cartoon.
You as a viewer can sit and watch what you want. You can watch Luther, but then you can watch what's going on behind.
The reflections and the framing are very important, and we've used all sorts of different styles and types of glass, where you can see through glass, you can see into glass, you can reflect from glass, and it alters the framing considerably.
That way of working with the frame is very cinematic. It's not super televisual specific, I think, using the screen in that way.
I agree. I think a lot of shows, especially in the kind of prestige era, late 2010s and onward, talk about we're so cinematic, we want to be really cinematic and whatever. Luther, it walks the walk. It has been, since Series 1, since 2010. There's clearly been an effort there to make it not necessarily look like a film in the superficial way of we're in CinemaScope or whatever, because it wasn't until now. But they really put a lot of thought into, what you're saying, the kind of compositions in particular. There's a lot of technical effort that goes there. And I guess, Neil Cross talking about the film, I notice a running theme when he talks about the benefits or the new things about being a film are access to technology, new access to budget, scale. In Neil's words from a Reddit AMA, he says, Idris and I have been talking about making a Luther feature since the end of Series 1, since around 2010. It seemed that Idris had such a presence that the character as he portrayed him couldn't be confined to a particular genre or format, and we knew that we could loosen the restraints of the genre and set Luther loose on a wider world. It was a sheer force of will. A lot of interviews, there's kind of vague topics of, Luther is so big that, was going to burst onto film one day. And then there's also, we had so much stuff to play with now that we are a movie.
I think they relish the ability to do big action sequences with Luther. I think that's kind of an impulse that's sort of burst up now and then, and they get to unleash it on a larger canvas. And obviously bigger budget, bigger special effects, and I think in the case of this one particularly, the ability for the killer to have quite large set-piece horror scenes, I think, is another element of the show that's kind of allowed to take on a new life form in a cinema format.
I want to throw a couple more quotes at you just to kind of percolate the filminess of the film to you both. So, the director Jamie Payne and Neil Cross, they'd wanted to do a movie together for ages because the first time they worked together wasn't Luther Series 5. It was actually on a little show called Docky Who, on Neil Cross's first episode, not his first transmitted, but his first written, called Hide, which Neil is really proud of. He talks of this very positively in interviews. He really likes that episode, and he worked super well with this director in it, so they ended up doing Luther Series 5, then this film together.
Well, do you know what? It's just like the grown-ups told you when you were a kid. When it's right, you know it's right. And we had a fantastic time working on... Jamie and I had worked together a long time ago on a show called Doctor Who. And it was an experience we both very much enjoyed. And I'm very proud of that episode as well. But it seemed to me that season 5 of Luther, as directed by Jamie, was pretty much near enough the perfect end. It was the best version of Luther we'd done. Jamie's ambition drove it to new levels. And I kind of knew that we'd told the story of Detective Chief Inspector John Luther. That was the end of it. It reached its natural conclusion. I knew that the story of John Luther was ready to continue. And I knew that we'd found the right team to do it. Us three.
The story of DCI John Luther the cop was concluded in the 5 series of the show.
Neil, this being a movie on Netflix, that does mean that this will be a lot of people's first experience with Luther. And as Jamie said, you kind of crafted a story that works very well as a standalone entry. Can you speak to trying to balance that while, living in that history so fans of the series can really appreciate, what you did, but also making it suitable for newcomers?
I wish I could tell you that was easy and that I went into this with a plan, knowing what I was doing. And I didn't. It was the hardest aspect of the entire thing. And I knew it was incredibly important, singularly important to all of us, that we acknowledge the debt of obligation to the existing audience. But it was equally important that we invite in an audience completely unfamiliar with the show, with no cost of entry, with no barriers, with no sense that they had to understand private jokes or, 13 years of lore in order to understand the show. And the truth is that it was an iterative process, that we tried different things, we tried different approaches. I overwrote it, I underwrote it, we talked about it, I wrote some more, we shot some stuff, we edited that stuff again. And much like the first line of a novel is often the last line to be written, Jamie and I were discussing the first 5-6 minutes of this movie right until the very, very end of post-production.
And on whether it was more or less challenging to write the film, that is, compared to the TV show. In an interview, Neil said,
"Do you know, it was challenging, but in unexpected ways. The challenge wasn't the ideas or the story. The challenge was how to tell the story at a kind of different level of intensity and on a different scale, a different canvas, while trying really hard to ensure that we stayed true to who the character was.
Right.
Because not just the returning element of the audience, but Idris and Jamie and I have been together for a lot of years. And it was important to me in the writing process, primarily, that I don't betray my friends.
He talks about how writing the movie was challenging in ways he didn't expect, and he really wanted to focus on staying true to Luther the character. He talks about how he has no social media or online presence. He actually never even saw Luther on TV himself because he's so he keeps himself separate from all this kinds of thing. We've talked before, I believe, in the Series 3 discussion about the little London pod he kind of makes for himself in New Zealand, where he just kind of percolates in news from London to kind of swarm up the current events he wants to channel into his stories. But he doesn't have like a personal presence on the internet itself. He's kind of a New Zealand hermit in that way.
So how is it to bring the Luther story onto the big screen like this after so many years?
It's honestly, without sounding too Gwyneth Paltrow about the whole thing, it's quietly quite joyous. And kind of this last week, my dirty little secret is that I live a long way away. I live in New Zealand, in a secret base under a volcano. And I have no friends, and I have no social life, and I have very little online presence. I don't have any social media. I've never seen Luther broadcast on television, which is the strangest possible thing to say. So coming to this week has been the most extraordinary experience for me. There's something which I've known, but never been able to fully embrace how much it means to people. And it's quite profound experience, you know?
The actor for Schenk, the only other character from the show to continue on, says he's stunned that he survived 5 series because the show is very murderous toward the supporting cast, isn't it? He's the only one who made it the whole way.
It was a huge thrill. I mean, I'm absolutely delighted to have survived 10 years and five series. My thanks to Neil Cross. But there was a feeling from maybe the 3rd series on that it needed to go to another level. And I know Idris wanted it, Jamie Payne wanted it, and Neil Cross wanted it. And, you know, thanks to Netflix, it happened. It's gone up several notches into a major film. And we're thrilled about it. We're all absolutely thrilled about it.
The director talks about how they wanted to honour the DNA of the show as much as they could in the film. And he also talks about they were given so many resources to make the film that he felt a duty not to waste them. And then he talks about how he channeled that into the set pieces. We'll talk a little more about Piccadilly Circus a bit later.
But I think the biggest responsibility was honouring what's come before us, you know, making sure that the DNA of what made the series great wasn't lost as we transcribe into a much larger space. And the thing is, the great thing about a film like this is it allows you to build a team to prep the extremes of some of these sequences. So it really reminds you every single day, you know, that genuinely that, you know, make a piece like this and some of the action set pieces, it becomes the most collaborative art form that there is. So I think, you know, the biggest responsibility was making sure that we didn't waste the resource, you know, that we could use the time and the resource, the money that was given to us to explore this story. But, you know, more importantly is to kind of honour the DNA of what made it great in the first place. I think that was probably my biggest challenge.
And Idris also says TV doesn't quite have the language to do the big action sequences they were interested in doing, because on the show he's just a policeman. In the film, it's kind of escalated.
Yeah, I think, you know, look, in the TV show, it didn't feel the quite sort of film language or TV show language to have these big fight action sequences. He's not an action star. He's a policeman, right? But ultimately in the film, when we could broaden the lens a little bit, it felt really quite right to see him get into some scuffles. And that's what I'm going to call the prison scene for now. It was a scuffle, but it really is designed with the aesthetic of the show, which is messy and raw and visceral and surprising, you know?
So I just threw a bunch at you. Any thoughts on all that stuff?
Yeah, that last one is kind of curious to me. The idea that the confines of TV are equivalent to the confines of him being a policeman, and he can only become something bigger than a policeman, like a big action hero, if he's basically on the large screen. It's almost like there's something like a genre thing working there. Like the idea of the TV procedural with cops is a TV thing, and there'd be no point taking that to a large film stage. Like who would watch like British cop movie? I mean, it barely exists, doesn't it? You need a larger, more ridiculous kind of hero for like a full-on blockbuster on Netflix, doesn't it?
Tyler, what did you think of the story of Luther the cop was concluded in the 5 series of the show sort of quote from Neil?
Yeah, that was actually a point that I was going to make a bit later on, is that the film kind of goes to lengths to acknowledge John not being DCI John Luther. Even Robey has that line, doesn't he, where he says DCI, actually no, he's not DCI, he's John Luther. And that's quite interesting because that's kind of been John's identity. Even in the movies, he says, I'm still a copper. His whole identity, as we've spoken about before, is that he's a policeman. That's all he is. That's all he's got. He clings on to it. John is not a detective anymore. He's not a working Metropolitan Police detective and won't be in the future. And I think John and those around him and the viewer accepts that by the end of the film. It's almost as though the heart of the film, its main theme is dismantling the idea of John as police, and by the end of the film, that's gone. It's over. we're in the new era now. We're in the spooks era of John Luther's life.
I mean, it's ironic they say the story of him as a cop was concluded in the 5 series of the show, considering the event that actually concludes John's career as a cop is original to the film. So, in a sense, it feels like the natural conclusion of John as a cop wasn't really reached in Series 5. We just have to kind of it was implicit in all the corruption John had already done, but the actual thing that ended it wasn't in the show so much. And personally, I think the story of John as a cop was concluded in the 3 series of the show, but, that's just my opinion as a Luther truther, I realise I'm a minority in that opinion.
There's kind of a gap. I kind of wish Series 5 had ended with this whole dossier thing. I think that would have been a really appropriate ending to Series 5. But I get what they mean, that it makes sense for Luther to stop being a cop at some point, even if it's not to escalate him into spooksy, bonzy Luthering. It's like his obsession with being police is such a driving part of the show. Series 1 did a lot of this with his conflicts with Zoe. The Calling prequel novel did as well. His obsession with being police, it's amusing at times where he insists, I'm still a copper, or I'm a copper, in different parts of the show and different parts of the film. His obsession with policing, I guess, ruined his relationship with Alice, as we see in Series 5, his backstory for Series 4, where she talks about moral provincialism, and he's insisting, well, no, there's people dying in London, so I have to go rescue them. So I think to end that, or at least progress him from being a policeman into being something else, really makes sense if you're continuing Luther as a series. That is an interesting thing to do with the character, and it makes sense if you want to tell new stories with him. But it does feel like a little wishy-washy how we actually kind of got there between Series 5 and the film. It's like we're smudging things a little bit to make it make sense, maybe. I also think something really cool about Luther, the show, is how often he gets into moral conundrums, where he's torn between, often it's Alice and being a police, or it's, what Ripley wants of him. There's all these different things. Marwood, of course, interrogates him a lot in Series 3. There's often moral conundrums. Do I actually stop this guy? How do I balance, all these things happening at once? There's a lot of that in the show. I think one of the things Neil Cross is truly excellent at is the kind of pacing he does, where he really organically builds up all these several things are happening at once, and you get a real sense a character can't deal with them all at the same time. I think he's consistently so good at that through Luther the show. Luther so often, like in Series 2 with the Jenny stuff, he's off doing the Dead City Cameron Pell stuff, and then he's doing the Gamer Boys crimes, and all the while he's trying to juggle, I'm also dealing with this crazy sex fiend guy and this weird mum, and I'm trying to deal with all this, and you really get the sense of how stressed he is, and he doesn't have enough time to do it all. I think Neil Cross is really good at writing that. We see all the different things Luther is involved in eat away at each other. I think he's really good at that, and he's good at this kind of moral conundrums Luther is going through. In the film, there was an old cop show called The Shield, which Cross really likes, and I watched it all back in the day. It's really interesting. It has an incredible finale. And its main character is often characterized as a shark because he just can't stop moving. He's always moving on to the next thing. He's unstoppable in that way. He's always forward. He's never stopping to think. He's always just swimming on. And I feel like Luther in this movie was like that shark. He was just swimming on, and he was dealing with everything, and that's great and thrilling. But do you guys get, I don't really feel the moral conundrum to Luther, which I feel is like a really important part of the show, is that he's torn between things. But in this, it's like he has trouble catching the main guy. But is he really morally torn in the film? I guess the issue with what you're describing is that now that Luther has been stripped of his badge or whatever, and he's a fugitive, he's on the run again, and he's completely off the official books of copness, and he's already going to be arrested no matter what he does. In a sense, it removes that element of him having any kind of professional legal obligation, sort of like a real life, like eating away at him, pulling him one direction or another. He is just solely driven by this need to go after this killer. So in a sense, we have lost an element of a defining element of Luther's usual way of being, usual habitus. He's just he's a free radical blob just flying around now, loose. He doesn't have any real life obligations pulling him this way and that. It's just the killers now. And I guess you can say it can be seen as kind of a sad thing that we've maybe lost that element of Luther. I think really there needs to be something else added in. Maybe the teaser at the end of this film maybe suggests they'll add something else in future Luther installments. But certainly for this film, he's very much he's only got one thing going on.
The rogueness in this film, compared to in season 5, those Luther pulling multiple threads at once and being unable to handle them, but ultimately putting them together at the end. is that he fails in season 5, doesn't he? That's kind of the whole thing that Cross does, is that finally his incompetence, his ultimate incompetence, and his inability to weigh up morality in the way that a normal person would, finally catches up, and he can't, and everything drops. He loses Benny, he loses Alice, everything fails, and he goes to prison. And the film, as Gig says, there's no legal or professional responsibility, and there aren't really multiple threads happening at once. So there's just the crime, it's just the thing, and then he'll do that, and then he'll go back to prison. But the rogueness of the film is it's a result of there being no responsibility. But I do believe that, as we were talking about earlier, I do think that there is there are going to be more installments of Luther, and I think that the rogue element of this can only be done once, because Luther can only be a prison breaker once. That's only ever going to happen once. From the next point in his life forward, he will be a normal, member of society with the same legal responsibilities as anybody else. So I think this is a one-time rogue Luther, no responsibilities, just catch the killer thing. I
agree with that for two related reasons. One is that I think the Daniel Craig James Bond films got absolutely insufferable in how they kept repeating he's a rogue agent. He's not. We're not going to confront that James Bond works. Who he works for, because that's a kind of big issue, and we feel a bit wishy-washy about it these days, given the modern audiences and how they view all this. We're not going to really confront that. Instead, we're just going to have him go rogue every movie, and isn't that exciting? And they just did that again and again and again. I really liked Casino Royale, but I never even saw the last one, just because I was turned off so hard by how that series ended up going. I thought that was really painful, how they kept repeating that kind of status quo, that he's a rogue, that makes it great, and isn't it exciting when we dramatically do the same thing again and again and again? So I think Neil Cross and Idris Elba are, of course, very familiar with those films, and probably familiar with, you can't just keep putting someone as a rogue agent. It's really boring. And also, speaking of James Bond, the ending of the film, the ending of the film, if he goes on and he's in some kind of Secret Service spooksy type scenario in future films, that actually gives the character something to struggle with, doesn't it? Because I'm not a copper anymore, but I'm used to being a copper. Now I'm working for these guys, and this is a totally different scenario. How do I feel about this? I actually feel pretty confident if they do a second film and Neil Cross kind of straightforwardly goes on to what it seems to be suggesting. He works for like a Secret Service organization. I think that could be really interesting for the character. Because he would have something to struggle with there. He would have inner conflict. That would be awesome for the character.
I would say in this film, what we see Luther struggle with, I'd say the most, in the Lutherish fashion, is I guess just his own morality. Like that scene where he's interrogating the hairdresser type guy, and he's got the tattoo gun. Like, I'm gonna tattoo your eyeball, but he backs down because he just can't do it. He can't actually. He's too nice. I find that something he's kind of struggling with at one or two points in this film. Like he's rather than struggling with obligations with other people tearing him this way and that, it's really just his own sense of like, how far can I actually go myself? And that's not necessarily that interesting for Luther, but I mean, it's something, and I think it's an opportunity for Elba to kind of play various conflicting emotions, and also it's something that maybe distinguishes him a little bit from like a James Bond type character, because I can't really picture James Bond in that scene where like, I can just, since I was a child, I can tell that someone's really good. I can't hurt them, okay, so please just be nice and tell me what I need to know, please. That kind of scene. That's very Lutherish kind of thing.
We're talking about it at this point. James Bond. So I feel like a narrative that's kind of ran alongside Luther since 2010 because of Idris Elba being who he is. Fantastic actor. He's a big, tall British man. He's very loved by the public. People really like this guy. He does fantastically in lots of different genres of TV and film. He's incessantly being fan casted for James Bond. I would say past the point where it really makes sense for him to be cast as the character due to age and everything else. But I've never seen anyone fan casted this much for pretty much any character. I can't really think of anyone has been so associated with a character they've never played and they are never going to play. Idris Elba has such a strong association with James Bond. Would you guys agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think people are always looking for like a sort of different kind of James Bond type figure, and they just love to slot like the person who's at the forefront of their minds the most.
What do you think, Tyler?
Well, it's remained Idris Elba for years, hasn't it? It's remained Idris Elba since about 2010, 2011. So that's like 10 plus years. That's like more than a decade of Idris Elba being the James Bond man. And yeah, you're right. He's too old for, and he's so fan cast as Bond that it would be ridiculous.
Yeah, it's eaten itself, hasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's interesting. Yeah, because he will always in some way be associated with James Bond, which is a franchise that he's never touched and likely never will.
He's the people's Bond.
The people's Bond.
Yeah.
I want to throw a few quotes about Bond and Luther at you both. Before I do, though, the thing with the film that I find this isn't the salt. I find it really interesting in the film how the film is very self-aware about James Bond in a way I never saw the actual TV show as being. I guess because it's a motion picture now. We have a direct-ish reference to Bond where Luther goes to the bar in Soho and he's offered a martini from the bartender and he opts for a water instead, which Idris thought was quite direct and cheeky, but Neil Cross assured him, we should do this. This is good. And then the ending of the film is seemingly Luther being recruited as a secret agent. So the film itself is like communicating. It's intertextual in this way. It's communicating with this kind of fan cast, this long narrative of Luther as Bond, which I find so interesting. And then so a lot of press about the film is engaged with this. Idris has said, "A lot of people talk about this James Bond character and me, and that's not it. This is it for me, Luther. And there's so much potential to see Luther rival that type of character or that type of scale of film. Yeah, I will continue to play Luther." He's also said, he'd be happy to do 5 Luther movies instead of ever being James Bond.
And I'm just going to say this off the bat because I know this question is probably going to come. Am I going to play James Bond? No. Am I going to play Luther for 5 pictures? Yes.
Wow. Now, the last time you were here, I asked you about the James Bond thing off the air, I think it was.
Yes.
So I wasn't actually prepared to ask you about that because I knew the answer was Luther. I already knew that because I think you told me that, but we didn't talk about it on the air. So I wasn't even going to go into because Luther is yours.
Yeah.
This is not you stepping into some sort of,
It's the perfect storm, you know what I mean? Because, as much as I'm complimented by the idea of playing James Bond, I always knew in the back of my head that Luther can take that same real estate. Big character, central position,
right,
fighting bad guys. But
Luther has from what I know of the 2 seasons that I've watched, Luther, it's deeper than just fighting bad guys. Luther's got his own demons from early on that he's been dealing with. The breakup with his wife from the first couple seasons.
Well, she died.
And she ended up dying, which is...
Spoilers.
Well, yeah. So, but also just all of that, right? And then some of the relationships that Luther even had with the criminals that he's been chasing down.
He's a very complex character, you know what I mean? He will go, the full mile to catch someone, even if that means breaking the law.
He's put the rumors of him ever being Bond to rest, plenty of times. He consistently says he wants these Luther movies to be his franchise. This is what he wants. He wants to make Luther into a James Bond-esque franchise. There's talk of Bond sort of as a template-ish for Luther films, but then Idris kind of confusingly says, well, he doesn't want to compare the two.
I was interested to see you say in a couple of other interviews that no reflection on your future plans, but that the template is sort of the James Bond character, which is, we want to have this kind of character, but certainly he has a harder edge than James Bond. So what do you mean when you say that?
I mean, I don't want to compare John Luther to James Bond, but in the whirlwind of conversations around me playing James Bond, I've always said, look, wait till we see John Luther in a movie, because I feel like the real estate is the same, in the sense that James Bond is this sort of very charismatic character in these really unusual situations. And some of them are relatable, but most of them are not. John Luther is an ordinary detective with sort of extraordinary circumstances, but very relatable. We're not talking about end-of-the-world crime. We're talking about guys that have real bad sort of ethics, you know what I mean? And he can't stand that. But what the film has now given us is taking this central character, Luther, and putting him in these landscapes, in these scenarios that could be as epic as the ones that James Bond sort of covers, you know what I mean? And I hope people kind of go, oh, wow, James versus John, you know what I mean? Like, I really hope that.
There's this kind of running theme in interviews where he like really pushes back and he says, no, I'm not doing Bond. Let's not talk about Bond. Let's talk about Luther. And then there's other times where he talks about, well, we're going to do a Bond-esque franchise with Luther. He does make the comparison. He says the sort of real estate is the same. That's a direct quote from him. But Luther is a relatable detective, not a superhero spy. But through film, we can put Luther in epic Bond-esque scenarios. So there's a lot of Idris thoughts on this Bond stuff. What do we think of that?
Yeah, well, that's reminding me of back when I think you guys were talking about how Cross conceived Luther as a hybrid of like the American style detective and the British style detective. And
now, in crime fiction, there are two broad genres. One is the mystery genre, the puzzle-solving genre, and that's where tends to be a genius detective, a lone maverick, or an eccentric. Puts together puzzles, solves mysteries through the accumulation of clues that only he or she can see. And this is the tradition really best exemplified by people like Sherlock Holmes or Miss Marple. The second tradition involves a much more morally committed, much more beaten and bruised central heroic figure, best exemplified by Raymond Chandler's Philip Marlowe. What I've never seen was a character who exemplified both of these primary traits, a character who was as eccentric and as brilliant as Sherlock Holmes, but as morally dangerous as Philip Marlowe.
I guess that sort of idea of genre fusion and kind of blurring genre a little bit is kind of how you get to these Bond comparisons. But this time we're blurring the idea of the Bond-esque kind of action, sort of vaguely rogue action hero with the British detective who is already a hybrid of different detective genres. So I guess the fact that the element of betweenness is, I guess, what makes the concept of Luther more, or at least more unique or more compelling, maybe more compelling to Idris than Bond himself, who's just Bond. Really, the classic secret agent. I think Luther has a lot more strange nuance and kind of thorniness to him, doesn't he?
Yeah.
This film was written and marketed during a Bond interregnum where the incumbent Bond had quit and there had been no cast Bond yet. So for it to toy with the Elba allegations, the Bond allegations that he's not been able to shake, makes complete sense. So Elba's, I think Elba's thing is that I don't think he wants to be known for. I don't think he wants to be known for an existing franchise. I think he wants to have his own thing. I think he, as an actor, wants to be known as. He's established a character and stuck with it for many years, for over a decade now, and that's his thing, and it's worldwide and it's massive, and he can take it. That's what he will take with him for the rest of his life, and people will know him for, rather than I guess step into other actors' shoes, which is perfectly reasonable, and many actors are happy to do so. But I think what Idris Elba wants is his own. He wants his own legacy in Luther.
Yeah, I think what we're kind of not saying here is that if he just decided to step back from Luther to do James Bond, it would be fucking lame. Like, Jesus Christ, I mean, just James Bond, fuck off. I mean, those films are okay, sometimes, but like, come on. When you've got your own actual full-on character, his own thing that he created and he's given so much life to. Oh no, dude, go join the White People's franchise, yeah? Go do Bond film number 200 billion. Like, no, absolutely not.
There's a kind of funny thing where in interviews, Idris Elba's kind of diplomatic and he's like, well, Bond's great, but, Luther is ours and I love Luther. And Neil Cross, it just says, Luther is better than James Bond. This is better, what we're doing. And, I agree with Neil Cross. I think Luther is more interesting than James Bond. And I think it's not ugly the way that James Bond is. This is one of the things that frustrates me with the Daniel Craig films is that I know Bond has persisted for so many decades. It's kind of Doctor Who-esque in how it's, ran alongside British culture in that way. It's persisted, and so it has to change the way it works over time, so it's as palatable as it can be to audiences. In certain times it was very anti-Soviet, but then it didn't have to be that so much. There's times it interfaces more with Middle Eastern stuff. It changes along with the years, and I think these days, in this kind of somewhat socially conscious audience, it plays around with what the audience thinks of these sort of secret services and government positions in kind of half-measure ways. I think this is why the Daniel Craig films kept doing the rogue agent thing, because it's kind of an out. It's like the Doctor in Doctor Who. He doesn't really support all that craziness that goes on at Gallifrey because he's a rebel, so it's fine for the culture is weird, but he's a rebel, so it's fine for him to be from the culture. I think there's a big aspect of that and it's just that all sucks, doesn't it? Like it's inescapably an extraordinarily pro-British government, pro-British. Well, of course, it's pro-British Secret Service. It's James Bond. This whole conversation is absurd. That's what James Bond is. Now, Luther, we can talk about the inherent pro-copness of doing a cop show, and there's definitely that there. We talked about that, especially in our Series 1 discussion. The episode that deals with cops versus the military and stuff like that. That's all there. But Luther, the show, is pretty anti itself in a lot of ways, isn't it? It's very critical of Luther himself. It's pretty skeptical of a lot of the stuff it deals with in the police. I'm not saying it's an anti-cop show per se, but it's certainly more skeptical of these sorts of ideas than James Bond is of spies and how cool spies are. I think that's pretty fair to say. This is a more interesting thing to be doing. Too far? Is James Bond too important to you guys?
No, you're absolutely right.
The Luther is so fundamentally in John's head and like the things he's dealing with. It doesn't have time to like get wrapped up in jingoistic delusions about like British supremacy or anything like that. It's actually about the things he's experiencing. It's not focused on making excuses for like the institutions he is in or anything like that. There's just no time for it.
I also like James Bond. Whatever if you like the character. But Idris Elba, frankly, to a weird degree, adores John Luther. He is obsessed with this character. He made an album about the character. Who does that? He made an album about the character. He said, I was really honored to be the lead in something like Luther. I was living in America when I got cast, and I was keen to come home. I just wanted something else. It was more about life choice than role choice. I wasn't in a great place. I was in a dark place. Luther saved my life. Luther saved my sanity. I was having a midlife crisis, but people in the UK were glad to have me back. It was great to shoot on the streets I grew up on, the road I went to school on in Hackney. It was mad to be filming something by where I had my first KFC. Like, this show and this character is really tied up personally with him. There's a real strong, powerful personal connection with, Luther the character and Luther the franchise. You can't get that from being someone else's character.
Yeah, it sounds quite spiritual, the way he puts it there.
Yeah.
I think we were saying once, weren't we, that you kind of can't, in your mind. I know that this is such a cliche thing to say, and it's the sort of thing that Bobby Shirper will say on that podcast that he does with what's his name, Michael Imperioli. He will say that the way that we did The Sopranos is the only way it could ever have been done, and nobody else could ever have been cast as these people and whatever. It is a cliche thing to say, but I can't disconnect Idris Elba with John Luther.
Yeah.
I just can't make myself do it. I can't actually imagine somebody else doing it in a successful and with such longevity as Luther has had he not been cast, because he brings so much to this role. He brings so much of his own life and his own experience and so much. Yeah, it is spiritual. He seems to have like such a personal connection to this character that I've kind of. I mean, it even kind of goes beyond John Barrowman's obsession with Captain Jack. It's so obsessive and so personal. It feels like it's his life it's like his alter ego. It's like David Bowie and Ziggy Stardust, or the Thin White Duke, or something.
I think it feels like a huge salve in this era where we see famous actors spitting on their own legacies and despising their characters and all those who love them. We see plenty of this from Scotland. But it's nice from England to have an actor really embrace their loved role.
Yeah, I think that kind of puts the whole movie thing in another light, because I think the desire to really get Luther on the big screen, doing all these high-action hijinks and shown to mass audiences and Netflix and stuff, I think that is in a way of honouring this character that's so important to Elba. This kind of thing that's taken on his own life kind of in Elba's head, to give him this huge new platform and make him like a competitor to Bond almost, and like this alternative figure. Like, it's a way of really sort of bigging up and just giving the dues and like just really supporting this figure.
It endears me to him a lot. It reminds me of how I don't know whether it was your most recent. You did a podcast recently, but the pair of you talking about RTD's recent some of his recent words, and one of the things that he was talking about is his personal reasoning for coming back to Doctor Who. And I remember Gig sort of saying, well, then now that we've kind of established the personal context, it almost feels reductive to be talking about it I mean, who cares? It makes so much sense for this one guy to be doing this one thing that he's really good at, and it reminds me of Elba in many ways, and I kind of, he has such a personal connection to this character that just let him do it. I enjoy it so much. I'm not really bothered how great or how terrible it is. I'm still going to watch it. I'm still going to talk about it. I'm glad he's happy. let him crack on with the character he loves.
Even if the film was shit, I would still support him doing more of it, because I mean, you can't begrudge him at all, can you?
Netflix comes into this conversation. There's a lot of soulless media, these days, especially when you talk about franchises like they're casting Luther as now. There's so much of that. I think it's something kind of special where you have a writer who loves a character in a show and who says he'll always be writing this, whether they're making it or not. Then an actor who's almost in love with the character in a way. If they're both happy to do this forever and there's people interested, I think that's kind of beautiful. There's only good vibes here. They both love doing this. Enough people like seeing it. That's great. Keep going with it.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's definitely really endearing to its writer and lead actor.
We're talking about the moviness of it all and the Bondness of it all. It is set pieces in a way the show doesn't so much. The show is really big sequences, the ending of series 2, where Luther's going around London in a spooksy way, where the gamer twins are there's the bomb vests, and we're gonna blow up loads of London. That's a really big set piece sequence. But the movie is movie set pieces. I can think of 3 really big ones. There's the prison break, which is musically I think the best moment of the film. I know Tyler wasn't a huge fan of Lorne Balfe's score, but I think the prison break, those long stretched out string notes, it felt really haunting in a way that we have this great action set piece going on, but the music, I felt, was kind of the character element. The music was kind of putting me in Luther's head in that moment. This doesn't feel like a big action sequence to him. This feels like a haunting, I'm putting myself through I know it's very cliche, but I'm putting myself through this so I can get to the next thing and I can save people or whatever. I think the music captured his mind so perfectly in that prison break sequence. So that was really cool. Big tracking shots in the prison break sequence, following the action for ages, Idris Elba getting exhausted, having to do that for such a long time. There was that big sequence. And then there's the ending one where Odette and Luther are in this crazy red room cabin place in Norway, and there's all nonsense going on there. And then there's a car thing going out on the snow. And then in the middle, I think there's the biggest set piece of the movie, which is the Piccadilly Circus show. The prison break. What do we think of the prison break?
I have to admit that in the cinema, I was quite bored by the point we got to the prison break proper, because we've been talking about it for so long, and it had been in the works for so long that I was ready for it to be over. It had been built for so long that I wasn't really interested in the action that was arising in the prison break itself. But on rewatch, I really love it. I think it's choreographed brilliantly. I think it's scored really brilliantly. I agree that there's a really interesting juxtaposition between what's happening on screen and what's happening in the music. And it's this sort of solemn, haunting, melancholic. Go on.
It's the music you'd expect in the horror-y set piece at the end of the movie, when it's really, really creepy and sad and everything. But instead we're getting it in this big high-tempo action sequence. I think it's a really interesting choice that they went with that. I just feel so in his head when I hear that music.
Yeah, I think it works wonderfully for what that scene is trying to do, because it's although it is a big action sequence, it's quite disturbing and quite what's happening in that situation is not Luther actively breaking out; it's Luther putting himself through torture.
It's a methodical thing, in
order to in a couple of hours' time he's going to leave.
Yeah, that's why I think the music being this really consistent sort of thing really works, because he wants this to happen. We need this prison riot type situation so I can get transferred. I think the music, it feels that way. It's this long drawn out. This is happening. This is not a scary, this is surprising, and this, I can't believe this is happening. It's I was planning for this to happen. I think the music kind of has that methodical vibe to it. It works really well there. Gig, what do you think of the prison break and the music?
I think the risk with a sequence like that, which is before Luther can actually get out and deal with the main case. The prison stuff is basically an obstacle that he needs to get over. I think the risk with having a big action sequence there is that it might in a lesser film, in like a superhero film or whatever, then it's just a big fight sequence just for the sake of having one. I think what distinguishes Luther, or what ideally should distinguish Luther from all those kind of slop films, is that he feels more human in a way. He feels more vulnerable in some ways, even though he can seemingly survive quite a lot of things. He feels more ragged, and I guess we feel more of his pain, I guess. So the way that sequence plays out with him really feeling like everyone in this prison is out for his blood. They're out to get him. They try and set him on fire. It's fucked up. It's freaky. It feels very it is haunting in some ways. I think again, it's not like my favorite sequence in the film, but it's still nonetheless I think it's an enjoyable display of what the Luther tone can kind of do on a bigger canvas.
I feel like there was kind of an element of disgrace as well for me, because he's not in his uniform, and he's not a cop. He's literally in prison at this point. He's a former cop that's now in prison. There's a real disgraceful element to it, that he's in prison and he's fighting other prisoners. Like, I don't know if I felt sad exactly, but you really feel like, wow, this character has kind of moved into a pretty sorry state for himself. This is very different from where he, I don't know if it should be, because I mean, he did do those things that, landed him in prison. But it feels like a real stark, George Stark would have loved this, to see him in prison, and it feels like a real stark shift from where he sees himself as belonging.
There's an element of him passing through hell or purgatory almost, isn't it? Like sort of Hieronymus Bosch kind of portrait.
It's like an underworld sequence.
Yeah. So writhing bodies, all of that stuff, fire.
I think that said, so the first act of the movie is he's a cop out about in the world. He gets put in prison. He gets out of prison. Then he goes on solving a case. I think there was a little wobbliness to that structure. Do you guys know what I mean? Like, he gets in, then he gets out, and then he gets on with it.
It takes a while. It's not like I think it takes about 30, 35 minutes, doesn't it, for him to escape?
Yeah. But do you know what I mean, Gig? It feels like we kind of have this prelude in here, which I do enjoy, but it's a lot of sound and fury, and then we move on to, the actual, Robey's doing stuff, and we've got to track him down with Odette. I don't know. I'm not complaining. It works for me, but it feels a little disconnected, I guess.
I'd say, yes, structurally, it's not entirely interwoven with the real plot, which is Robey and his whole storyline. It does feel like a thing that was there, we need to get out of the way. There are some ways in which it's woven through, like Luther gets the radio broadcast in prison and stuff, but it's, I think something that may have confused some viewers, this is just my assumption, but the way Luther gets out of prison is that he calls up this character who I don't think we've ever seen before, and he's like, hey, can you get me out of prison? And the guy's like, well, I have history with you, Luther, so okay, well, I'll do it. And I think if you're familiar with the way these stories kind of work, you're not going to question that, because of course Luther has connections. Of course, he has supported various people who have suffered at the hands of the criminal underworld, and of course, he knows these people who are on the wrong side of the law and can help him do illegal things. Of course, it's not confusing, but I think maybe for some people who are viewing the film in a different way and they're kind of looking for maybe the wrong thing, they might think, wait, should I know this? Is this backstory from the TV show? What is this? What's going on? I'm so confused. But this character's purpose is just to show up, get Luther out of prison, and then go, and that's the extent to which he exists within. And I think that contributes to the disconnectedness that maybe you're describing there. I think the way which really is almost like a mini-sode of Luther getting out of prison.
I think, I have two thoughts there. One is the show does this a lot as well, where Luther will have characters he's engaged with off screen before, and it just kind of reinforces his kind of shark-like nature. He's always solving cases, and he's breaking the law in ways to do it, but he's going after pedophiles and freaks and serial killers and everything. He goes like a shark after them, and he's not satisfied until he's, fully stopped them, which earns him this kind of camaraderie with people. He kind of has this lifeline with a lot of people because they can recognize, oh, you really did. You weren't just a cop. You truly went after this person. You hated them as much as I did. I recognize that. We have a connection now. Even, in a weird way, Paul McGann's Mark kind of has this sort of connection with him that I don't agree with you on a lot of things, and we've suffered traumas together, and it was your fault, a lot of it, but I can see morally you're kind of the real deal here. You do actually care about, stopping so-and-so. And so, just as a trope of these kind of broken cop stories, that makes total sense. But then, especially in this like MCU-ish world, and this is why I think Neil Cross is, we can't reference anything because that feels exclusionary. It's kind of self-defeating, is that people are so Marvel-brained now, they're going to take anything as, oh shit, I have to watch all the things. Like I see people actually say, oh, do I have to watch, the 5 seasons before the movie? Like, what? No. It's a movie. They made this to make money. They didn't make this for you to go spend 20 hours on iPlayer. Like, you never have to. No one is making a film you have to see. You know, when they make a Dragon Ball Z movie, there's like 1 trillion hours of Dragon Ball Z. You don't have to watch any of it to understand the movie because they're never going to make something that way. Why would they? Even Marvel, I think, maybe Endgame. Maybe you kind of needed at least Infinity War to kind of understand all that. But, well, you know, they're 3-act superhero movies. The morality is very simple. The structure is very simple. I think there's going to be little beats you might get confused by, but I think we've all kind of, as audiences, done this weird scenario to ourselves where we've kind of tricked ourselves into thinking the way that those selling the things want us to think, that you need to buy all the comics to understand this comic. But I don't really think you do with nearly every story. I think the context clues in nearly every story you're going to engage with are going to be there for you. And so I just think Neil Cross is... I'm fine with the movie as it is in this sense. I didn't need Alice in it, but I think he's kind of... We can't reference things. You know, we got to keep people included. But people are going to take anything. Luther answering the phone, they're going to go, but where did he get the phone? You know, why does he have that model of phone? Like, we literally see this with the car. You know, people worry about that. Do I have to... But I don't understand the car. Why is the car important? Where did he get the coat? Where's the origin story for the coat? Where's the audio drama explaining where he got the coat from? Like, there's some people who are always going to look at anything. Shit, no, I need to buy all the things to understand. Which, you know, those selling the things love, but I think it's very overstated in stories. And so, yeah, Neil Cross needn't have worried so much, I think, because like Gig says, people are going to take, you know, things as references. Oh shit, I need to watch all the things because I can't possibly understand.
I think for a lot of this film period, I think the film kind of expects you to trust yourself to just go with it and not like question the kind of slightly heightened, almost absurd premises at some point. Like I think you enjoy the film the most if you just go with like what it is trusting you to go with, because it knows what genre it's in, it knows what it's doing.
I was just going to say, even, you know, my favorite part of the film, I say guiltily because it's such a guilty, base, silly pleasure, but the scene around like 36, 37 minutes in where Luther gets his costume on and then he does his little Captain Jack and Torch routine and he stands out the top of London and they've attached like strings or something to his coat because the wind wasn't right, and so they're making it flat in a big superhero way, and he goes and he stands out and he looks at the city, and then we cut to this. I know I sound so ridiculous right now getting excited about this, but we cut to this absolutely epic shot of like the building, and you can see Luther on the top of the building, and then you see all of London, and then the shot like moves down. In the trailer, the shot was reversed and it moved up, but when I saw that in the cinema, like it's so ridiculous. My heart was beating faster, and I was like, fuck, this is amazing. I'm actually enraptured by this silly Luther iconography of it all. That was a really guilty pleasure, I guess, of mine. But my friend that I saw it with said, oh yeah, that was pretty stirring. You know, that was pretty cool. He didn't have any of that connection with Luther's coat. He hadn't read articles from the costume design, and he hadn't read Reddit AMAs talking about where the coat came from like I did. He hadn't watched 20 hours of the show to have that association with the coat. But he could still see, well, you know, the music's blaring and he looks really cool in that outfit and he sees himself as a protector of his city. It's a pretty, you know, it all comes together in that scene. If you buy into the film's kind of Luther as a cool guy and London is full of darkness to be, you know, addressed, then that scene is going to work for you. You don't need to have the 20 hours like I do to have your heart beat, you know, sillily fast.
It's phenomenally exciting for me as a bit of a loser and a Luther fan.
Yeah, that's it.
I was also really enthusiastic about it. In a sort of in a geeky way, in the same way as I don't know, in the same way as the Doctor Who 50th, where all the Doctor Who's are standing together, in that kind of way where you're like, oh my god, it's them doing the thing. that was kind of the feeling it evoked for me. I do completely relate.
I can never laugh at like those videos where like a cinema of nerds all like break out into uproarious cheers when they see Captain America with Thor's hammer or whatever. I can never laugh at anything like that because that's literally what I just did. It's the exact same thing in the brain at the end of the day. I'm guessing Gig didn't react this way. Gig, what do you think?
I was going to say, even if you don't have that connection with Luther, I think the car very obviously explains like what it means. Like, it's this busted old piece of shit. He doesn't take care of it. You know, Luther is characterized as this kind of ragged, old-fashioned kind of thing. He tracks around in this. He's kind of slightly anachronistic. I think all these things that people assume that you need some connection with Luther to understand, they're also self-explanatory because they are providing kind of texture and characterization. They explain themselves.
Yeah. I also think just subliminally, like the aspect ratio of the film, you know, the filmic aspect ratio, I think that rooftop scene really, really emphasizes it, and it looks uncluttered from the show in the sense the show could never show London that way because the show's scope is not that wide. The show is 16:9. It looks like it's a very cinematic TV show, but it is a TV show. You know, it's in your regular TV show format. That shot where like London is so wide out and Luther is in the center in there, I've literally never seen that before because we've never seen Luther framed that way before. I think the scale of it, the largeness of it, it literally looks like a movie. That's, you know, in the cinema I was like, fuck, this is a movie. He's on the rooftop and it's a movie. London looks enormous there. Luther looks incredibly impressive there. I think there's an aspect to a lot of the film's framing where it's just kind of cool that, oh, this actually is a movie. You know, we are stretched out. This isn't in Netflix's 2-1, you know, kind of, well, this isn't in Netflix's 2-1, are we TV show? Are we movie? We kind of both. It's, you know, it's a proper movie. It looks like a movie. So I found that really stirring because I like movies.
I wanted to, unless Gig has anything to say on what you've just said, I wanted to come back onto the Prison Break thing just briefly.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I think one of the things that you might be picking up on, Neo, when you say that it's it feels kind of disconnected from the main plot, but it's 35 minutes long. Is that I did make a note of this, that I think one of the things that I don't want to say that the film suffers from, because I'm quite happy for it to be this way, but as a film, it doesn't, in a filmic way, it doesn't quite work. Is that Neil Cross is he doesn't write film screenplays, he writes TV screenplays. So what you can do and novels, and what you can do quite easily with this film is divide it into 4 acts, which kind of would serve as 45-ish minute episodes if they were to have been written for TV. You can do that with you can call The Prison Break Act 1, because that's about 35 minutes long, and then by the end of there's a point that I would say Act 2 ends between Piccadilly Circus and Anya getting kidnapped, where John is on the phone to Rain and talking about his theory about, you know, blackmail. And then there's and then I would say the end of Act 3 is around, there's, you know, that sort of 20-30 minute period of I don't want to say boring period, but there is like
downtime,
a slightly boring period of the film where they're just doing detective work. It's Cynthia Erivo and Luther just kind of is talking to Robey's wife, and it's Schenk arresting Archie, and it's, you know, there's the actual detective bit. That's kind of Act 3, and then you've got Act 4 is the Red Room. So you can divide this into what Luther typically is in a 4-part drama, and I think maybe that's what you could say. I wouldn't say suffers, but you could say the film suffers from.
So you're saying another act would kind of break around the Piccadilly Circus thing, right? Because that's like it's kind of the climax of the film. I know it's, you know, halfway through the film and it's not the actual event where things all cohere together at the end in the Red Room, but I feel like it's kind of the conceived of as the big set piece of the film, would you say? Because that's like the halfway point and everything.
Yeah.
It's an interesting sequence. So when they talk about the scale of the film, the director and Neil Cross, I think this is what they really are talking about the most. So the director says,
"Hey, listen, Neil wrote it, and the biggest sign that there was a strong chance it was going to happen is it was still on the page when I read it, and so that was good. I did at least 18 versions of the storyboarded version of that scene before we did the electronic storyboard version." To be given the opportunity, the joyous opportunity, the gauntlet that is that sequence, and given the space and time and resource which Netflix gave us in order to break it down into 100 pieces to prep it properly, which we did. And then we had to go to Westminster Council, which of course I forgot that bit had to happen. Were they ever going to let us do that? So, of course, I'd been prepping it for months before we went to Westminster Council. And did I go in there and pitch? No. It was our location manager. She went in with all our prep and she pitched, and she was asking something to happen that has never happened before in the history of filmmaking in the center of London. And she asked, and they said yes. And I think, other than the brilliant creation on that page, at that moment, we owed everything to Aurelia Thomas, the location manager. And I don't think that sequence would exist if it wasn't for her relationship and their trust in her.
It was originally designed for being in Leicester Square.
Getting to shoot in Piccadilly Circus is definitely like trying to shoot in Times Square.
As a location, it's practically impossible to get hold of. It was very, very ambitious, and it hasn't been done since, I believe, American Werewolf in London back in the 70s.
When I first saw it on the page, it was actually Leicester Square. I did a whole storyboarded version at Leicester Square, but then realised that when you actually stand in Leicester Square, the barriers in the centre, there are so many things in the way. I pitched the idea of Piccadilly Circus. Netflix paused for a moment and then went, sounds great.
Can either of you describe the original location at all? Leicester Square?
Leicester Square is it's hard to explain. Leicester Square is more pedestrian and less full of cars. It's less roady, it's kind of equal. It's more of a shopping, like a large shopping centre. It looks very visually similar to Piccadilly Circus, but it's more of a shopping centre than Piccadilly Circus. Piccadilly Circus is more
pause-worthy on Netflix's part.
It's more of like a crossroads, bearing a couple of theatres and pubs and things.
And I guess that pause is partly because that's somewhere I remember when I visited London a few years ago, and it's pretty busy. There's a lot of stuff happening there. So to shut it down in the first place is a complicated task. That is a big ask, which they got past. You know, most of the stuff in that sequence is actually there. There's a few bits that were green screen, the guys getting hit by the cars and stuff, and the actual people falling, but everything else is like actually in there. So that's all interesting. The person who signed off on them being able to use Piccadilly Circus was apparently a fan of the show, which Idris thinks is part of the reason they got the go-ahead for it.
Okay, so just so you know, right, this scene is set in Piccadilly Circus. And to get the authorities to, shoot in Piccadilly Circus is very difficult. It's just one of these places they don't like to shut down, right? It's the centre of London and they just don't do it. But apparently, the person that said yes was a big Luther fan. Sometimes you just got to know a couple people, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, okay.
Andy Serkis is really, really, really into that sequence. I guess it's his big sequence. He says, David Robey's such a theatrical person.
David Robey is certainly a character who likes theatre, and this is a great theatrical arena that he's set up. It does provide this most incredible natural amphitheatre for Robey to exact his grand scene of theatre that he's about to pull off.
Down on the ground!
What do we think of that sequence?
I got the same sort of feeling in this scene as you did with Luther's coat blowing in the wind and everything, because for me this is as a sort of quasi-Londoner in a way, I guess, and like knowing London relatively well and loving Luther, it felt really exciting to. Luther's London is we've talked about this many times. It's grimy. It's deindustrialized, warehouses and whatever. So to see Luther in the heart of London, where the absolute most chaotic and full of pedestrians and full of cars and full of lights and it's like the most New York City that London gets. Piccadilly Circus. It's amazing. So to see Luther there in a big sequence and it's so thrilling. Leicester Square, that would have evoked, I guess, a similar feeling, but it's not quite so iconic a place and not quite so. It doesn't feel. It doesn't visually. It's not so visually striking as Piccadilly Circus. So it's really impressive, really, really impressive that they were able to do that there. And I think anybody, regardless of whether you're a Luther fan, would be able to watch this scene and feel that the large scale of it. To see that happening in Piccadilly Circus of all places, as an English person, it's like, wow, that's kind of the place. That's kind of the image of London that a lot of people have. It reminds me in a way of how Spectre, the Bond film Spectre, ends on Westminster Bridge. It's kind of that same sort of feeling where, wow, finally, we always get London evoked. We're always kind of seeing ideas of London and parts of London, but this is the London. We're in the absolute heart of it. We're in the essence of it. And for Luther to do that is, it's like, for me as a fan, it's nice to see my little show, my little BBC cop drama doing such a huge London sequence like James Bond would.
Yeah, I was thinking of, part of what's kind of impressive about the scene is that in terms of its scale. It's not just a big crowd with lots of chaotic things happening, but also just in terms of the verticality. You've got people falling from huge distances, almost like Matrix 4 with the swarm dive bombing out the windows. I think that we haven't seen Luthor surrounded by quite this level of three-dimensional chaos before. I think it's always been, even when he's in like a big mob, it's always been kind of confined to like small areas. So I think it's part of the scale that comes with upgrading to a movie. Well, you can call it upgrading. I think having Luthor both very surrounded on like horizontally and vertically, and of course then you have like cars crashing and flipping over. I think it's it really feels like, I guess, like the eye of the storm, I guess, of the film.
I confess, and I've seen other people online as well feel this way, so maybe we're illiterate viewers. The car thing kind of confused me. When these cars started crashing, I was like, what? Is Robey making car drivers crash into each other? I get now that, it's just, busy, and so people are jumping, and so there's chaos, people are trying to get out of the area. But I found that momentarily confusing.
I think it's one of those moments where they just kind of expect you to go with it. Like, a person falls out of the sky, hits a car, like, car goes crazy, let's have some explosions, let's just chuck it in. I think clearly that the coolness of having cars also crash and explode and go fucking crazy in that point is kind of more important than necessarily the exact physical logic of why that is happening.
Do you not think that I sort of look at that, and yeah, I understand the theatrics of it, obviously. But I sort of look at that and think, yeah, that would happen. That's how this would go. I mean, one person falling in Piccadilly Circus is, that's fine. We can deal with that. But multiple people falling, and there's a gun squad. And I don't know. I just kind of, and I think the hysteria. That's the word I was looking for. The mass hysteria that would kind of befall the people in Piccadilly Circus and the drivers. And I think that the people running around, and once you see one car, full steam ahead and running and driving into a building or into a person, then it kind of becomes absolute carnage. I think it would get blown into that proportion. I think in reality. So I don't see this as surreal. I think that's how that would play out. Seeing 4 people fall out of the sky at once.
There are kind of bird's eye shots where you see the roads, like you get where the traffic is. So yeah, fair enough. What's interesting in that scene to me as well, though, is Robey gets some interesting dialogue where he says, so when Robey was on the radio back in the prison, he has this dialogue about, he's saying to Luthor, when Luthor's in prison, I had him. Yeah, I had him tucked away. And I stood next to you at a bus stop. Offered you a mint, and you took it. I looked you right in the eye, because I was curious. I wanted to know if you'd see it in me, because that is who you are, isn't it? The man who knows all about people like me. But you didn't see me, and now you're in a cage because I put you there. It makes me wonder how you're going to feel having to watch what happens next. And then what happens next is the Piccadilly Circus scene, where after he's like grabbed the guy and, all the chaos is happening, he says, do you see me now? Can you see me now? Tyler, what did you think of that?
Do you see me now is such a, it's so iconic. And it was perfectly sourced out for the trailer, wasn't it? And I just think that's so great. I think Andy Serkis is brilliant. I think that's the best bit of writing that Neil Cross has done in ages. Just that one line. Yeah, I love it. I adore it. I don't think I've got much of substance to say about it. I suppose what it comes down to is that Robey character, isn't it? It's the teeth grinding, anxious, pathetic. He's had a successful, normal human life. He's a city trader, but that doesn't feel like success to him. That doesn't feel big to him. He still feels weak and small. And so his ultimate fantasy is to cause the carnage that he's causing in the centre of London, and to look a man that he opposes, a policeman, somebody that he sees as preventing him from living how he wants to live. Which is, I mean, even that idea is quite interesting, isn't it? Because they kind of, the way they're talking in the Red Room, or the way Robey's talking to the guys in the Red Room who are nodding along, is like, it's he's sort of using the language that queer people use about being they have to hide themselves from reality for all this time, but this is our time, and we're going to rise up, and we're going to stand and be proud of who we are, and we won't let anybody stop us. As if the police are. It reminds me of Dr. Vivian Lake in season 5, which says something about the police being bourgeois pigs, about sex fetishism and whatever. Robey saying "Do you see me now?" is kind of like him finally getting to express what he's wanted to express his whole life, and I think that's really, really fascinating. I don't think that specific thing, the idea of an anxious, weak, middle-aged murderer or wannabe murderer, or well, I suppose he is a murderer, but on a big scale and open to do it out in the open and show everybody who he is. That's not something I've ever seen before. The queer thing is even evoked, isn't it? When he's talking to his wife and he sings the song "I'm coming out," it's as if to say he's expressing his inner world, his inner reality, and that he feels that he deserves to, has a right to.
I am enjoying myself, as he says.
Yeah, I liked that element of Luther standing next to him at the bus stop and not seeing that this guy is like the killer, because during the show we kind of get this bullshit quite frequently of Luther almost like sniffing out like who the serial killer is in a crowd. Like, there's more than one scene where he'll be standing in a crowd or he climbs up somewhere and he's like, who is it? And he just sees someone walking a bit shiftily. He's like, it's him, and just starts a chase sequence begins. So I love the thought of having a scene where actually, Luther's magic powers are not actually, that all that, so to speak. I think you can't necessarily. It's not actually so inherent that Luther can just automatically see the evil within people. Although we get that scene where he talks to the hairdresser guy about how since he was a child he can see good in people, but like it's not actually all that true. I think having something to undermine that is quite interesting, and I think that plays off quite coolly with the whole with David Robey's whole desire to be seen because he's been hiding for so long. I think there's the whole thing of it's pretty clever.
I like that they're kind of winners on both sides there, because Robey wins in that Luther can't see him there, but Luther always kinds of wins in that he wasn't aware the guy was a killer, but he still thought he was a loser. If he's not lying at the end there, he still just thought, why is this weirdo pushing a mint onto me? That's kind of weird. Get away from me. I like that they both kind of win in that moment. Yeah. Because that really unnerves Robey, because I think he has such a sense of control of, I was hidden, then I chose when to come out, and I'm totally in control of, how I'm perceived. That's why I take care of my hair this way. And then Luther's just like, well, I didn't see you a serial killer, but I thought you were, just a regular loser, or just a regular freak. Sweaty little weirdo.
I have to mention the hair. I was like, it was giving me like George Michael 80s tremendous hair. It was just, but again, it's so attention grabbing in a brilliant way when you're watching the movie. But as you said, it just feels like the wrong decision was made by him to look a certain way. Yeah. How did you land on that particular hair?
It was the wrong decision by me because I had to dye my hair, and then everybody thought it was a wig. That was a really bad decision. Everybody thought it was a syrup, and actually I'd gone through a lot of trouble to get that coiffed and blow dried and dyed. Let me add. And Cynthia Erivo on the third day came up to me and said, "Wow, the makeup team that's a great wig. It's really real." And it's like, this is my hair. This is mine. So, and I appreciate that at least you've picked up on that, and that it is, it's put together.
I thought they were trying to do something where he might have like no hair on his entire body or something. They shaved him so closely, it would just be completely smooth. One
of the most publicized bits of press about the movie, I think, was the quote from Andy Serkis talking about how, he had to take a shower after reading the script because it made him feel so sick, and so he was a bit hesitant taking the role because it was such a disgusting character. But Andy Serkis seems quite passionate about the character now. He talks about him in interviews in that kind of way that I remember I had a little look at how Rose Leslie talked about her Series 4 character in a way where it seemed like she was getting stuff out of that character that we weren't getting out of it, watching the actual character on the show. Andy Serkis, I get kind of that vibe from a little bit. Not that Robey's undercharacterized, just that Andy seems so into them. He talks about how...
So David is a very isolated, lonely individual who actually doesn't exist in his own right, and that is what drives him in a way. He cannot communicate, he cannot connect with humanity. The only way that he can really connect is through voyeurism, is through observing, through people's devices in their own home, by watching them, and he spends hour after hour after hour watching people file their nails, pick their teeth, floss their teeth, polish their shoes,
maybe indulge in things that we can't talk about on, primetime television. But he basically sucks people's lives out of what he's watching all of these screens, lots and lots and lots of screens, and then, from what they wear, he has no sense of style. He doesn't know what he should wear. He only picks items from what he sees, and so it's like a catalog. It's like a kind of Tinder swipe. He's sort of watching what's going on, and then he takes these things and even the hairstyle are completely inappropriate with the rest of what he's wearing. It's all put together. He's a construct. He doesn't exist. I almost didn't take this on because I found the character too despicable and dark, and I just thought, do I really want to go here with this man? But what really spoke to me was, Neil Cross is such a brilliant writer, and what he's written is a character which is the kind of the encapsulated, or encapsulates rather, a much bigger monster, which is the internet, which is what we've all become so used to and handed over responsibility to and become addicted to. So that was what appealed to me, was that David Robey in himself is a nothing. He's a ghost in the shell, if you like. Nothing's there except for his ability to exist online as a menace and to pull people apart and manipulate them and find their shame and really drill into them. So that was, I just thought it was a very, really, a really interesting screen monster, actually. What spoke to me was his loneliness, actually, his isolated, he doesn't, as I say, he doesn't really exist. Everything that he watches people, and it's only by watching people that he tries to understand humanity or connect with it in some way. The way he dresses, the way he is all fragments of other people that he's pieced together. He's sort of like a Frankenstein person who's sort of, even the what he wears, the way his hair is, everything is constructed. And he also has this bizarre sort of morality in which which is very real to him. His moral logic is he can't stand people who are hypocrites, who like Luther, which is why he wants to take him down. People who think that they have take the moral high ground because they're above most of us, who do live online in these dark web spaces. So it's in his world, he's actually doing something. He's on a mission.
So he sees Robey as like this fake kind of human that has no identity of their own, but can only assume it from others, like an empty man. Do you guys get that from the film?
Yeah, I think that's. Yeah, I do think that's implicit in text.
There's a whole thing of him being like parasitic, isn't there? And something that I was kind of maybe struggling a bit with the film regarding his motivations, but I guess makes more sense, is that is the fact that he feels compelled to go and insinuate himself into the lives of the families of the people he's killed, even though that doesn't really benefit him to do that, like, practically. It doesn't really, and it helps get him caught in the end, but like it's like, why does he do that? Is it just to be like just an extra bit of cruelty? But I think the idea of him as parasitic, as just feeling this need to, like, even these people who he has wronged so horribly, to get that voyeurism, to be able to like sneak into their lives and spy on them still, even after he's already bereaved them. I think that does appeal to his just his obsession with just knowing and seeing everything about everyone, and them not being able to see like who he really is, and just being so two-faced.
Neil Cross says, when he writes villains, he just writes what frightens himself.
I never pull from the headlines, as it were. I always pull from what frightens me. So if it makes my eyes pop open at 3:00 in the morning, then I know that it's a good Luther bad guy. What unites us, human beings, is what frightens us. And I think the idea of someone like Robey, someone who's privy to your innermost shame, and willing to kind of weaponize it and leverage it against you is the most terrifying thing.
These ideas of digital voyeurism, being able to see what you're doing, which is, of course, a big relevant concern, that frightens Neil Cross. And so it should. Like we talked about in our Series 3 discussion, he looks up really weird shit online. So he should be frightened.
Our deepest fears as humans play out in front of our eyes, whether it's somebody under our bed that goes back to a childhood fear, Or in this case, David, Robey, where it's our deepest, darkest secrets are exposed, and what would we do to keep that secret? So I'm wondering, for you, Neil, when you were writing this, was that something you sort of had in mind? Like, what would really scare somebody? And do you think that it's going to create a whole conversation about people talking about, well, what would yours be? Because as soon as the film ended, I thought, oh my gosh, if my own secret ever was exposed, what would I do? What would I have done in that situation?
So yeah, you are quite right, but it's not quite as grown up and professional and calculated as you make it sound. I'm the world's most disorganized writer, and all I can write about is what frightens me. And the idea that someone like David Robey might be out there watching what I do, or my loved ones, or my friends, or my colleagues, I find quietly terrifying.
You know, in that sense, Robey is almost like three separate villains in one, in terms of ideas that scare Neil Cross that have been bundled into this character. Because you start with, or maybe even more. I mean, I guess you have the Red Bunker on one hand, which is killer who wants to make a live stream of like snuff stream, basically, to attract kind of pervs from around the world. Then you have the element of this guy who has this massive panopticon of surveillance, and who has the surveillance industry basically completely feeding him all your most private, horrible, darkest secrets. And then you have the killer who befriends the families of his victims and pretends to be like them, bereaved like them, but is actually just, you know, just laughing in their faces, basically rubbing it in their noses. And I guess maybe you also have the whole thing of freezing people's bodies to bring them back years later, and just really toy people in a really horrible way. So it's like multiple ideas of things that I guess horrify Neil Cross, of just a really, really horrific human being. I guess connected into this one large, just massive character. And maybe they're not all entirely, I think maybe that leads the character to act in ways that are, you know, as you can see, self-defeating, because he really does lots of things that he doesn't need to do to fulfill his ultimate goal of setting up the Red Bunker, but he does anyway, and he gets caught as a result. But I guess that is just the effect of how Cross constructs these villains, just putting together these scary ideas into one big thing.
Those disorganized multiple ideas, I hadn't really noticed that before, but then I think back to Jeremy Lake of season 5, and how that killer kind of changed his MO quite quickly, quite suddenly by episode 4, where suddenly he's living out this fantasy that we had no idea that he had in his journal, and he has all of these this happy families fantasy, and that's not really what his MO was. But I mean, his MO prior to that was killing people during surgery and killing people on the side in like a sex fetishy way. You know, on the streets of London. So yeah, I think I'd never really caught that, but I think there are multiple strains of murderous evil to Cross's murderers, rather than one specific thing necessarily.
I mean, it makes you wonder, what will he do for the next film? Like, he hasn't used up all his ideas yet, has he? Like, I mean, the whole surveillance thing, that's a huge thing. I mean, you could have a whole film about just that by itself. So the fact that that's almost like an afterthought in service of these other things in this film.
I suspect with surveillance, if we're heading into the Spooks era of Luther, I think that it would be a lot more. You'd be able to reap a lot more interesting content out of a surveillance thing if Luther is working on a government level rather than a metropolitan police level, which is, I mean, they were, even by the end of this film, it got to a point where you were like, okay, well, these guys are small potatoes now, and you know we should be looking at MI6 at this stage, but you've just got Idris Elba and Cynthia Erivo doing this alone. So I think once you start talking about MI5 and MI6, then you can. I hope that surveillance is something that, and cyber terrorism is something that Cross has been interested in for a few Luther projects running now. So I hope that he does go into it.
That's what I want to talk about. Before I do, though, I just want to say the only thing that really chafed me about Robey was, like, really, he's also a expert knife, fight. Like, Luther's such a huge man. And so, like, to see this little Andy Serkis, who I love, I think he's a fantastic actor and he's great fun in this, to see him, like, darting around doing his knifey moves and stabby Jamal and Luther, well...
I mean, Luther had him, but then Jamal hit Luther on the head and Luther didn't have him anymore.
He has this... Serkis is so great at walking the line of Luther, the comic element and the dramatic. He has this really great... He pulls this, like, silly... like this goofy smirk when he spins the knife in his hand as he when they're in the underground together, and he's just great. I think he's so he's so enigmatic and not enigmatic, sorry, charismatic, and it feels like such a broad
that pulls it all together
character. Yeah.
In an interview, it's a really good interview with Mashable, Neil Cross is asked, with the connotations of the Red Room and online voyeurism, this has come up a lot in Luther. This isn't unique to The Fallen Sun. It reminded me a lot of Series 3 and the For Caitlin website, and performing for an audience, even Season 2 with Cameron Pell. Is this an extension of those themes through David Robey's character? Neil says, I've never really thought about that.
I knew you'd say that.
I think it's probably a function of the indisputable fact that I have no friends. And I live most of my life via the internet. Physically, geographically, I live a long way away. So I mean, as it's not now uncommon, I've got friends I've never met in the world. But I've never really thought about that as a linking theme in Luther, but you're quite right, it is. And so he's asked, the voting element was a little different, but the voting that Robey made available, which was a terrifying element, you used it in a different way in Tom Marwood's website in Season 3. I found that online participation really terrifying. And Neil says, well, I generally find online participation terrifying. It's very difficult to articulate this stuff without rehashing truisms, but direct participation on the internet strips us of an essential essence of our selfhood, and as individuals and as mobs, and I include myself in this even though I don't participate, because I know that I'm susceptible to the same thing because we all are. We behave in inexcusable and terrifying ways. I think it's incumbent not simply to fear the mob, but to fear the fact that you might yourself be part of one.
Tiny related thing I noticed in one of the Excel spreadsheets they show in the film of all the different things people have that are hiding, like their paedophilia or affair or arrests or affairs or stuff like that. One of the little things, you can see it for like a frame, it's blink and you miss it. One of them says racist social media. I thought that was quite funny. Yeah, that's one of the things that people are getting called out and blackmailed for. That's quite fun. I think Luther also mentions the idea of people are scared of being called out. He uses those specific words. So I feel like there's maybe a connection to this idea of like a so-called call-out culture almost. The idea that the online mob can come and cancel you. And that's what Robey is exploiting. People's fear of cancellation. You can get some influencers to commit atrocities on his behalf. I feel like if Neil Cross ever wanted to like do a guest writing slot on Black Mirror, they'd invite him because he is so much of the like, reused thematic concerns, isn't it? Like the Twitter mob.
Oh, he'd do great. Yeah. So there's a question. We're talking about Neil Cross now. So in some press for the movie, Neil Cross described Luther as a chaotic good paladin.
Luther is a chaotic good paladin. Excellent. Yes. I've never been able to express it quite that articulately before, but that's precisely what he is. And I'm going to be using that for the rest of my life now.
Brilliant.
Quite right. There's a really big correlation between D&D and screenwriting. An awful lot of screenwriters who play D&D, me included.
Elsewhere, he's talked about the film being a story about John Luther.
The challenge of the script was just making sure that we were telling a story about John Luther. That no matter how different the storyline might be or whatever different the circumstances, it's still him.
Great. And just a final question for Neil. Where do you think Luther can still go from here? What more can be explored in terms of the character?
Do you know what? I think the options are essentially limitless. What became very evident to us very early on in the TV show is that the character of John Luther, because of Idris, because of his kind of power and his magnetism and his charisma, is in no way defined or determined by a genre. So part of the process of making a TV show was just latch by latch, freeing him from the shackles of genre. And we've moved into a slightly different genre now, a slightly different mode of storytelling. But we will always find new scenarios and new ways to tell stories about John Luther. That's the key. And no matter what kind of story we tell, at heart, it's got to be a story about him.
Idris has said Luther has got a lot about his past that we don't ever examine. And I think, given the scale of this type of film, you can examine that. So it'd be great to get some answers from John as to what's eating him, what's driving him. I'd love to see John fall in love one day. I just want to see him happy at some point. Idris has said,
I think the decision to turn it from a TV to a film was made for itself. We had done 5 seasons, really rich, powerful seasons, in my opinion. And there was this junction. What do we do now? Do we do another season or do we take it up, upscale it, wider, take it to a bigger audience, and that's what we chose. And, you know, I think it's like the best decision we've ever made in terms of the growth of Luther. However, you know, for me as an actor, there's a challenge of trying to keep that character fresh and compelling, and also new for a new audience. It's a very tough character to play because he's so passionate about what he's doing.
Taking the series to film, can you go back to TV, or do you just go forward from there?
Never say never, right? Maybe, you know, expand different characters into the TV lands, but currently we're sort of focusing, trying to do the next chapter in a film, try and build a franchise. Something's coming.
Idris has said that...
What do you think the film fans of the TV series will appreciate most about the movie, and what do you think newcomers to the story will enjoy about it?
The old fans, the day ones, are going to love that we kept intact some of the, you know, staples of Luther. The car, the coat, the red tie, the very, very creepy bad person. And then I think new people will appreciate that, wow, this is like a old school 2090s thriller where you just got the big kapow and machismo of a big muscular film at the same time with heart, with a complex character, with really strong characters.
New fans should like the movie because it has that kind of 90s, 2000s crime villa 7 type vibe, that kind of muscular, you know, crimey vibe to it. And that's what my friend said, who I saw it with, who hadn't seen Luther before. He said it reminded him in a good way of stuff like Seven and those like David Fincher films you used to get back in the 90s and the 2000s. And it just also says it's not just new fans that are going to be engaged. The old fans are going to be happy because we've kept the coat and we've got the sort of car and we've got the red tie and we've got the creepy villain, so fans will be satiated. I felt a little demeaned by how we just put that.
The Luther hogs.
Yeah. I was kind of getting gooey over the, you know, him wearing the outfit out on the building, so I can't talk. He's right. He's all too right. Jamie Payne, you know, and Idris talked about how people now watching the film can go back and watch the TV show as an origin story.
One of the things that I'm really enjoying in the feedback from people who've seen the film is that they've seen the film and not seen the series and then found a way to go back and almost enjoy the series as an origin story. Yeah. So they could understand who Luther was, understand what made him, and understand what created this world. So you can come at it both ways.
Well, I tell you, from my part, I've had a little inkling into the amount of story that Neil is conjuring and thinking about and playing with. And the lovely thing is, you know, in a lot of ways, it feels like a new beginning. You know, you could look at the 5 seasons if you want to, as a backstory, as an origin story to where we head next. But just before we came in this room, I was talking about the novel, Luther, you know, right. The Call. So the truth is, Luther stories can be told in many different formats, but we're hoping that this is the beginning of what they like to call a franchise.
So we've got a couple of ideas we're playing with here, which is we can do more with the character now we're in film. It's the best decision we've ever made, you know, to show more of the character. But also, like, was it?
Good question. I think the claim that we can do more with the character now we're on film, well, they kind of don't quite know how else to put it. I would say, and also the idea of the TV show as well. This is simply the origin story for this film. And, you know, I think people who watch the film and then go back to the TV show are going to find potentially a lot more going on with Luther in the show than there is in the film. I think, just for obvious reasons we've already outlined. In the show, we see Luther pulled in many different directions with different relationships, which have all been shorn off and torn away or killed by the time of the film comes about. And I think, just fundamentally, I think they say the film is a story about John Luther, but I'm not sure to what extent it necessarily is, because I feel the film is not necessarily that concerned with, I mean, like a conflict for him. I mean, obviously it is a trial for him in terms of doing something quite difficult, catching this killer, and going through lots of physical torments in doing so, and putting a great risk to his life. But in terms of an actual conundrum or dilemma for him, there really isn't much of one. I think he is very much in a kind of conventional hero role here. It's not really about him being challenged as ethically or humanistically. It's not really about getting into his. It's not really about critiquing or attacking his mindset. He really is just a hero in this film. And that's all it is. And I think you can see that as maybe a sad thing or like a downgrade in terms of the complexity of Luther as a concept or a character.
Can you imagine Neo specifically, because you're the newest Lutheran. Can you imagine watching this movie and thinking, yeah, this is, that's pretty cool. It's a cool character. I'll go back and watch the rest. And then you see, as you did, episode 1, and your ears perked up, as you said, at Dark Matter, and you kind of think, wow, this kind of feels like bigger and better than most cop shows. This is a totally new thing, and watching the evolution of the Alice and John relationship, and you'd look back on the movie and you'd think, where the fuck was this energy in 2023? Why? I mean, like, it's such a. I don't want to shit on it too much because I really did enjoy the movie. I do think that it succeeded in a lot of things that I wanted it to succeed in, but it's no. I don't want to be that guy, but it's not the Luther I know. It's not the high quality drama that I was talking up so much a few podcasts ago that I was saying, it goes way above and beyond any BBC cop drama of its sort that I've seen. It's not there. It doesn't have it. So I think to see seasons 1 to 5 in the origin story, I understand that's kind of like a marketing thing, and I understand that's not quite how Neil Cross obviously sees his work and how Idris Elba sees his work. That's 10 long years of their lives that they're not hand waving it away as quickly go back and scrub up on your Luther homework and then come back to the films. But it's unfortunate, I think, for people that might see it that way.
Yeah, I'm sort of where you are on it, and I really did enjoy the film. Like, it was more enjoyable than I expected it to be. But in some ways, it was also exactly what I expected, in the sense that it didn't have much new or interesting to say about John or about necessarily the world he inhabits. On one hand, it wasn't doing the same old tired Luther beats, and I really appreciated that. That's why I think it kind of held my attention as much as it did. But it's lowered its ambitions as a drama.
Yeah.
And I think that is, in some ways, it's kind of not necessarily inevitable, but in terms of reconceptualizing Luther as this Hollywood kind of blockbuster Netflix kind of thing, it's natural that you get a bit of a dumbed down effect. And maybe that will loosen off with further installments, I don't know, maybe not. But in terms of just this film, it does feel like they've definitely kind of like lowered the ambition in terms of the thematic content. They really are just focusing on getting this action, high octane plot out the door and kind of getting it to feel like Luther can sustain a big project like this, rather than worrying about the ideas or dark matter or the occult or anything like that.
Since we're talking like this about the past and future of Luther, I know this is sheer speculation, but do you guys agree that I get a sense that what we might experience with Luther 2 or Luther 7, however you want to characterize it, is a similar feeling to Spyfall, to season 12 of Doctor Who, where that whiplash of absolute nothingness to suddenly it's all lore drops and Doctor Who backstory, and I almost feel that maybe not, in fact no, certainly not to the same degree, but I sort of feel that you might go into the second movie expecting it to be more of the same, more, I don't know, John goes rogue sort of thing, and then we're getting Alice flashbacks and maybe Ripley hallucinations and whatever.
I think this is a really cold, mercantile way to kind of think about that, but I think it depends on Netflix's analytics for how do people engage with the film versus how do they engage with the show. Like, if like a huge amount of people watch the film, they can go watch all of the show. Netflix are probably going to tell Neil Cross, hey man, go like include stuff from the show, put Alice in it. Like, it's people are engaged. We want people to watch more Luther. So if people are watching the show and then they're watching go for it, engage more stuff with the show. I could theoretically see that kind of thinking. If they don't see that, or if a lot of territories only have the film and not the show, maybe the thought is more, keep doing a new thing. Keep doing these standalone-ish sort of movies. We don't need stuff from the show. I think because it's Netflix's money, I think that's where that decision will be made.
See, I don't know about referencing the show so much, but I think in terms of what you're describing with the Spyfall effect, with like the creator suddenly whiplashing and going from holding himself back to splooging everything, I think maybe we could see that with the whole move to Secret Service agents, spooks and shit. Maybe we'll see more Neil Cross's interests come out, because that's calling back to earlier in his career, isn't it? And so I think I'd be happy to see that. I mean, I would certainly hope that if we get another Luther film, we see Neil Cross bring some of his, some of what makes him interesting and unique as a writer into it more, rather than just try and make it a bit sort of more conventional of a blockbuster. I want the next Luther film to have monologues about like cosmic concepts and crazy shit and just weird. And also, I want there to be like long, sustained conversations in it. Because I think that we didn't get enough of that in this film. There's some of it, but I do feel often the most compelling scenes in Luther, like the show, were like the dialogues, not the big high-octane action sequences, but actual just intimate conversations between two characters. I mean, that's some of the best TV in general. You know, that's the thing about TV and film I think are quite good at doing. When you have actors as good as Idris and you want to use them, right? I think some of Idris's best moments as a performer in this film are when he's, say, talking to Corinne, you know, the bereaved mum, or like talking to people in general. So more of that will be good, and less of like, you know, cars smashing into the ice or whatever.
I think the second film, if it happens, will represent such an interesting thing in Neil Cross's career, because like we've alluded to, Neil Cross used to he ran 2 seasons of the show Spooks, which was this big British spy show. It was big and it was popular and it was big. It was kind of like Britain's answer to 24, the American kind of Secret Service show in some ways. So he ran 2 series of that, then he felt he kind of ran out of ideas, and so he went off to do other things. To see him kind of return to an earlier thing, we're always interested when showrunners do that, aren't we? When they return to something they'd abandoned in theoretically a new way. I think integrating parts of his career and writing in that way sounds really interesting to me, especially because it puts Luther in a new mode. We're not making Luther something he used to be. It's Neil Cross doing something he used to do, I suppose, but it really fascinates me. I'd be really interested to see Luther as a Secret Service agent, especially just because I feel like he's not going to like that fully. I think,
yeah, definitely,
100%.
I think he's going to get he'll get a lot of freedom in that, and I think he'll kind of be wowed. Why they let me do what I want, you know, in some ways, which I assume they're going to let him play off the rules a bit because he's a spy. I think that'll be so interesting for his character. That's where I like that. I'm excited about the next film, not just because I can think, wow, Jamie Payne's going to do more big action sequences, but because I think inherently the next film has to engage with his character more, because it puts his character in a weirder position where he's going to have more inner conflict, surely. I hope I'm not eating my words in a couple of years.
No, well, I really don't think you are, because you know, we're not only talking as fans who understand the show quite well. We're looking at the material and what's in this film, not just alluded to, is John's quite uncomfortable in that final scene that you're talking about. That final what we
oh yeah, he doesn't look relieved.
What we're talking about in that final scene is the Land Rovers and the big black government cars, and the Secret Service type guy saying, off the record, so you did wonderfully, and you know that he kind of looks shaken and disturbed, and you know, this is not what he wants. In fact, I almost get the impression he'd rather go back to prison. So I'm curious to see how he'll take spy work, but I don't think he'll take too kindly to it.
It also begs the question of what they'll have him doing in a possible follow-up film, because I think because what he's exhibited in this film is like his ability to chase after a serial killer. So will they send him off to like go after serial killers in other countries, or will Lutherland have almost a bigger array of like Batman villains all over the world? I mean, what kind of thing will he be doing? That makes it interesting too, I think.
The reason that I mentioned more potential cyber terror stuff earlier is because that kind of it wasn't just serial killing, was it? It was huge data gathering and cyber terrorism, and you know, a massive terror attack in Piccadilly Circus. So this
crossing borders as well.
This would have exactly. So this would have absolutely garnered the attention immediately of MI5 and MI6. So what he did was not police work. It wasn't his typical catching a serial killer. It was catching a terrorist, an international terrorist.
I think with Batman villains, it's kind of a line. What do you want to call them? Are they criminals? Are they terrorists? The kind of scale of what they're doing so often. I know some of the films, I think of the film with Bane, where like for the first time in those Chris Nolan movies, we were getting scenes of the government that were nowhere near Gotham, just because the kind of scale had exploded to this point where, the president would be talking about, wow, they've got a city shut down and there's a nuclear bomb and everything. So I think there's that kind of line with comic-y villains where you kind of go beyond, there's a serial killer in a city to like, there's an insane, killer who's doing really weird things across borders and whatnot. So I can see how, I don't think he's going to be doing political work exactly. I think they'll just have some super crazy, terrorist-y, comic-y type villain for him to go after, because that's what Luther's good at. But we'll see.
It sort of vindicates our feeling in season 2, our season 2 discussion, Leo, that Luther should have gained a lot of significant recognition.
Yeah.
For what he did in that work, because again that wasn't just a serial killer, that was major London a terror threat. So that would have garnered not only the attention of the press, but the attention of the MI5. So the fact that we've seen that now, we've seen Luther in the news, not only because he's going to prison, but because he stopped a terrorist, and Luther getting picked up by the Secret Service is something that possibly should have been alluded to like quite a bit earlier in this show, but I feel vindicated now that it's finally happened.
Maybe it'll turn out that they've been watching him all along. Like Luther 2 will have like a monologue, like, "Oh, we've been keeping an eye on you since the
author of his pain."
Yeah,
yeah. That sort of thing. Having it sort of work out that the MI5 and this establishment that he's now working for has been all along, they've been in the background of. I think that could work quite interestingly for this character, because as we're saying, I don't think the future of Luther is this future, the Spook's future of Luther is sustainable for this character.
But Idris said 5 films is his kind of envisioning of this, so I think Daniel Craig literally did 5 Bond films, didn't he? I feel like a 5-film franchise. Well, we're getting insanely ambitious here, but I think that could work. For do a film or 2 of him working with them, a film where he goes against them, then do some crazy final film.
And then at the end of the 5 films, he goes to space and fights aliens, and the next iteration of Luther.
He becomes an interactive video game or something. The whole new array of whatever Neil Cross is working with then. Well, we're talking about the ending sequence, which ends on Idris Elba, John Luther, Murdah Loves John character album had, 7 really cool songs, and also had a cover of the Paradise Circus Massive Attack song in it as well, which was fine. I wasn't a big fan, but the film presents our 3rd version of Paradise Circus. We've got the original version, we've got the first cover, and then we've got the second cover. I want to talk about something to do with the lyrics in that moment, but what did you guys think of the cover that ended the film?
I think it's better than the version on Murdah Loves John, the album.
I agree.
But I mean, it's still, obviously it's not a patch. It's still not a patch on the original.
Yeah.
But I thought it was kind of interesting how the vocalist on this cover kind of reminds me of John a bit. It almost sounds like John could be singing the song.
I saw some people thinking he was.
Yeah.
I thought it was him. I was happy that it happened in the sense that I love Paradise Circus. I love Paradise Circus as something that relates to Luther. So I was excited that it was used in the film. I wasn't really too pleased with the cover. I think, the original would have been fine, or like maybe a better cover, dare I say. But that's my thoughts on it.
Well, I'll talk about the song. Then I want to say something about who's in the car. So the song. Today I was looking up. Way back, we didn't discuss this in our Series 2 or Series 3 conversations, but way back in those days, there were like these comics produced, like online, like on the BBC website for Luther, that were like episodes of Luther done in like comic panels. Like there was one for each Series 2 episode, one for each Series 3 episode. They're pretty interesting because that's another little offshoot. Luther's been a TV show, a novel, a album, a music video, and kind of these comics that were online. So I was looking up who did them, and one of the people involved with the comics was Nick Benz, who was the title director for the show's titles, which of course aren't in the film. The show had a great title sequence. In Series 5 it changed to a different one, but it always had a cool title sequence. And I was looking up this guy who was behind the titles, Nick Benz, and I found I think this is their homework they did on the title sequence for, I don't know, maybe university assignment or something, because they've titled it homework assignment here, and they're just talking through how they kind of analyze the titles in there, and they're talking about the song in the titles. And they say how, a big part of the show is Luther's relationship with Alice Morgan. He can't arrest for whatever reasons. Although a psychopath, Alice falls in love with Luther in her own way. The lyrics of Massive Attack's Paradise Circus allude to this relationship. And then in this guy's homework, he's pulling between, the lyrics of the song and how it's about Alice. This is a common read on everything. But it just got me thinking, the film ends with a song, which we kind of course, the song predates, Luther, predates Alice. But the song we kind of associate with Alice, don't we? Love is like a sin, my love, the spider and the fly lyrics and everything. For the film to end with that, I mean, I saw a lot of people online who thought Alice was in the car, which I find...
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. But I don't know, do you get what I mean? It's just kind of interesting. The film kind of ends on a song that we associate with Alice in some ways.
It's slightly dissonant. I think, not necessarily Alice for me personally, but I think just the idea of Luther's relationships with various women in his life and concepts and things that he has these push and pull conflicted relationships with. I think if you're watching series 1, I think you could just easily associate it with Zoe, because she's left Luther. She will never love you again. That's one of the lyrics in it. So I think in this film, there's none of that. Luther, not only is there's no Alice, but there's really, the concept of love doesn't really come up so much in the film. So it does feel slightly dissonant to bring back Paradise Circus in the context of this film. It's only really there because it's a Luther thing, and obviously, it's a good song and people love it, people associate it with Luther. It's just kind of it's like the iconic coat or whatever. It doesn't quite have the massive thematic significance that maybe it had in the TV show.
Yeah, this is a big topic. So, Luther Land. I think the best summation of all this Luther Land stuff comes... There's a featurette on the Series 5 Blu-ray where everyone is talking about what Luther Land is exactly. Neil Cross says,
"We created a fictional and heightened London, and we call it Luther Land. Luther Land is an imaginary landscape. It's a psychological projection of a fictionalized London. It's London plus. The glamorous bits are more glamorous. The scary bits are more scary. The scummy bits are more scummy. That's how we sort of delineate the map of Luther Land."
The way it shoots London is very unique and beautiful, and it's a dark side of London. It's like a comic book movie. There's some really iconic images that have come out of the show, like Luther looking over the landscape of London. It's a bit, again, like Batman looking over Gotham City.
If you've never been to London, Lutherland is what you imagine London to be. If people have an idea of London, it sort of chimes with what their idea of London is. I think it's very popular in the UK because it also makes reference back to things people are familiar with.
I worry sometimes when they say that they think that's what London is like. And I have to reassure them, no, it's okay.
Making the show has been all about bringing that slightly imaginary, slightly heightened London to life.
There are a lot of touchstones that we've used to get the look and the colour palette for Luther, and particularly a kind of colourless colour.
It's almost twilight, isn't it? There's never daytime. It never feels like there's daytime, and it never feels like it's the dark of night. It always feels like it's that bit just before dawn, or that bit just before dark. It makes it feel cinematic.
The colours, which are muted and blue and grey, and then you have these pops of red, my lips, the tie, which again is all about connecting these worlds. It is dark and raw and edgy, which is what these characters are.
So all that's really interesting, and all that's really linking Luther Land, the Luther setting, with London. London is Luther's Gotham. What do we think of all that stuff first?
I think that's one of the big attractions of the show for me. So I've always loved. I didn't know they called it Luther Land, like in production. I think that's cute that they've coined the term for it. But it's I think that's if I think back to our season 1 discussion, that's probably one of the first things we picked up on was that opening sequence in the disused warehouse and London as Gotham. So. But I think what you're leading on to is taking Luther out of London, isn't it?
Also, Neil Cross has always said he never meant London to be realistic. I think Oh, you really never meant Luther London, to be realistic.
And I don't think I picked this up in season 1, but I think as the seasons have gone on, I felt that this is less a crime show and more like a dark urban fantasy. But instead of vampires and werewolves, you have like twisted, sadistic serial killers. But it feels like this is a parallel reality rather than the one we live in. Do you think that's fair?
That's exactly so. It was important to me, if given the opportunity, that the show takes place in a world which is kind of psychologically defined by the gravitational well, which is its central character, which is Idris Elba. But it's not, and was never intended to be, a realistic portrayal of everyday London. It's very much a kind of a London of my imagination. And that in itself owes a lot to kind of all the way back to Ealing comedies and Jekyll and Hyde and Minder and Madness videos. And it's sort of a kind of a London that never probably really existed, that we leaned into and kind of enjoyed mythologizing the territory.
I think there's a kind of B-movie-ish vibe to the film in some ways, and I think it's because Neil Cross isn't that interested in realism exactly. He likes this really heightened stuff. He likes, kind of playing with this London that never quite existed. I think the Cameron Pell episodes, which the film references, were really about that in a way. These kinds of conceptions people have of these London killers and how we kind of build up this mythology around London. And Neil Cross really engages with that, and he exercises his fears through, his characterization of London and the killers that have haunted it in real life, like evoked in the Cameron Pell episode and in Luther life as well. Gig, what do you think of all this London, Luther land stuff?
Well, if you think of the way in which urban architecture like that of London conceals so much, it has all these hidden nooks and crevices and crannies and all these massive structures kind of obscuring the view and hiding weird kind of like structures and offices within, all this stuff, and the way in which it's kind of like a holding back some kind of subliminal inner life, like imaginative life. I think the sort of spiritual or imaginary underside of an environment like that is going to be an incredibly fertile place, and that's kind of the appeal for Luther. Even if you don't actually care about London, I think the idea of a show that gives an urban environment like a city so dense a kind of a dark side, a kind of flip, kind of mirror, kind of dark mirror image in like the other side of the water, kind of a sort of spiritual imaginary land, and brings that to life, is kind of it's inherently a lot of fun. And I think it's part of the mystique of Luther, isn't it?
So the thing is, the film leaves London. That's the really interesting part of the film in a lot of ways, is that's kind of the uncluttered from the old approach aspect of the film. So the director, Jamie Payne, talks about, he says ice is like the pictorial negative opposite of secretive, dark London and its shadowy streets. And so Lutherland is comic. They're kind of reconceptualizing what Lutherland is now when they talk about the film. They talked about it as London so much in that Series 5 featurette and earlier on, and now they're kind of extrapolating and expanding it a bit. They talk about the ice sequence is so... It's not realistic. It's very heightened in a lot of ways. It's meant to remind you in some ways you're in this constructed world.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is as well is that Lutherland, which we love, those streets that you refer to, those dark, noir-filled streets, are a big part of the stories. And in some ways, I'd imagine will always be part of the stories. But I think, it was really... The ice represented something else. That incredible scape is for me like a pictorial negative opposite of those dark streets. All the streets that you can hide secrets in, they've got a lot of shadows to look into and wonder what's there. That frozen tundra, there's nowhere to hide. So it has its own kind of visceral energy, if that makes sense. And also, we tread a fine line. Luther exists in a parallel to our world. It's more monster movie. It's certainly more graphic novel. So that kind of, it reminds the audience that we're in a very much a constructed world that is as thought out as every other part of our world. But it's also very handy before we take the audience to what is probably the darkest part of the story. So we get to open up the world, see what you've just suggested, and then take them into the last dark chapter.
I think Luther is essentially a folkloric character. This is a pre-superhero superhero. He's a knight errant.
And I got that. We talked about the prison as kind of an underworld hell progression sequence, but the Norway stuff, I really got that vibe as well. It doesn't feel real. Just the landscape looks insane. This isn't an insult to Norway, but it looks so evocative and imaginative and kind of storybook in some ways. And then the imagery they're using is so surreal and strange, like that big house just in the middle of absolutely nowhere in the snow. The dead bodies in like the ice pools. It doesn't feel like London, but it feels storybook and heightened and comic-y in the way that they did conceive of London in the show. Do you guys think Luther Land can be other places as well? Do you think we're kind of using this term in a different way now? What do you think of the Norway stuff as per Luther Land?
I think when we use the term Luther Land, we're just talking about the settings that in which Luther takes place. When we talk about Luther's London specifically, I think we've always been quite tied to it because that's pretty much all Luther has ever been. That's all. We've never really seen Luther out of London. But having said that, when we did see Luther out of London in season 4. That was also quite a heightened reality. He was living on the edge of a cliff, in a little hut, and it was that was also in the same way as the amazing, really evocative image of a big mansion in the middle of nowhere, completely covered in snow, completely frosty on the inside. There's it's so unrealistic. It's laughably evocative and comic booky. So I think when we're talking about Luther Land, I think really we just mean comic book landscapes. That's really all that is. I don't see Luther Land as London. I see Luther Land as heightened reality.
I think it has always been implicit that Luther's London exists within the Luther world. It has its own version of the world that it exists in. It's not floating on an island in the sea of nothingness. There was always implicitly a rest of the world, other countries in the world of Luther, and it makes sense that they would have the same kind of heightened or flowery or abstract kind of qualities to them that Luther's London has. We just hadn't seen any of it. So I think it is potentially quite interesting to see how the Luther team could reimagine other locations, or I think it's maybe notable that the area outside of London that we see, it's not just another city. It is like a total, Norway. I mean, the actual features of Norway as like a place that people live in are almost irrelevant here. We see this area of Norway that's just covered in ice. It's just like it could be a variety of other countries almost. The fact it's Norway is almost irrelevant. It's just the fact that it's this other landscape that can look different and not have the same geographical features as London, but nonetheless it can still have that dark, imaginative, like dark fantasy quality to it. I think fantasy is quite an important word here.
The other thing that plays into that gig is that I was curious about how long the ferry to Norway would be from Dover and how that would work. And what I discovered is that the way it works is you have to stop off in Holland first, and it takes you 18 hours in total to get to Norway. And that's so inconceivable. Like it's just not what happens in text at all. It doesn't take them 24 hours to get to Norway. They don't stop off in Holland. He's in the back of he's in the boot of a car. Like it's so that you're not meant to take this as gritty reality, as some people still are. I'm still seeing on Twitter, Luther is supposed to be real. This was ridiculous, and Luther's always been like this.
Yeah,
he might as well have hopped in the TARDIS to Norway. For all that, in terms of the eternal logic, like it's no different.
Yeah.
Well, you bring up the TARDIS. I think the imagery of Luther is in his coat, which is nice and all, but it's not Norway really attire, is it? Luther and Odette are there in their regular clothes, and they're literally in the actual car, and then that's all juxtaposed with the brutal Norway remote setting. That really gives me the feeling of like when you see a Doctor Who episode and the companion is in modern clothes, but they're back in some ancient times, or these just kinds of stories. It doesn't have to be time travel where we have like a normal person transported to somewhere completely different. It's a very fantastical kind of portal thinking. I think that really enhanced the Norway stuff to me in that it felt wrong in an interesting way. Like they've been taken out of where they belong and put in this new kind of scary zone, looking like they are. I really liked that. It made it feel very unreal to me in a cool way. I liked that it didn't feel real exactly.
Like from the first promo pictures of Luther in his classic outfit walking on the ice, just looking like completely out of place. I think that really summarised kind of the appeal of that whole sequence from the get-go.
I find that so exhilarating, the idea of Luther traversing the snowy scapes of Norway just in his tweed coat. It is really Doctor Who. I'm actually doing this off the back of I watched Planet of the Ood last night, and that's the thing that David Tennant is supposed to be doing in that episode. With the idea of him, Donna's in this big warm velvet coat, and Tennant's just in his he's just in his long trench coat thing. I think it's a really cool, comic booky characteristic image that they play with there.
There's been talk when they're thinking about future Luther films that it could be in Colombia is one place Idris has suggested. They've also talked about Chile. They've talked about lots of different places. They're thinking there's some places more Luthery than others. Like Los Angeles doesn't feel totally Luthery, but like South America is some place Idris has thought about a lot. And Africa he's also brought up. He'd really like to take one of the films to Africa. He would find that really fulfilling and interesting.
I think we all, have a sort of wish to take a few chapters and see this landscape grow and grow. I do. I mean, I feel like there's so much we can offer. Because Lutherland is really wherever Luther goes. So if we saw Luther in Colombia and it had that same sort of Luther aesthetic and it's dark, I think that would still be as engaging as seeing him in sort of London as we know it.
But actually, I think that Luther really has sort of earned its stripes now. We've done the TV thing, and I think we did that well, considering the duct tape and the crafty services budget. However, now we have this really slightly larger scale, which I think it deserves. And I think if we move this film franchise forward, it'd be great to see what we can do in different landscapes. Wouldn't it be interesting to see Luther in, Chile?
We've got this legacy of the show we've done for 10 years, and then the ambition of going and doing something that sort of, is new, but keeps a new audience, but keeps the old audience. I think we envisioned this as a sort of like 3 to 4 book offering, We did 5 seasons of the show, and we still felt like we could tell more stories. There's a lot of African filmmaking, but the facilities around that are something that is lacking.
Idris has been using his industry know-how to encourage global filmmaking. Recently, he met with the presidents of Tanzania and Ghana to discuss building new movie studios.
Why is it so important that African countries are able to thrive as hubs for filmmaking?
For what I'm doing, as an actor, I'm a link in a chain. I'm trying to build facilitation around it. Its stories have been undertold, mistold, and the narrative could do with a shift.
Would you ever take Luther?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the interesting thing about Lutherland is that it's not landlocked, and whether that is, in London like it is in this film, or it ends up being in, Mozambique. Hopefully, I can take a storyline to Africa. Why not?
I think that all sounds great. I think that's a really cool part of this film that I'd love to see continued is we're not in London anymore. How can we make somewhere feel like how we made London interesting in Luther was this kind of super heightened, comic-y, very stylized way of realizing it. Let's try that in other places where it might fit. I think I don't know if it's Lutherland exactly, because I feel that's so intrinsically London, but I really like this idea of let's try and do our real unique setting realization in other places, especially now he's a spy.
It's the Lutherverse. It's the Luther world, whatever word you want to call it.
I think the idea that they're honing in on is when we were talking about London, we were consistently talking about the impoverishedness and deindustrialized London, and this kind of this kind of almost like undercity type vibe, where like the Gotham City type thing, and you can get that from certain cities and certain countries that you can't get, like in Los Angeles. It's too clean, it's too white collar. But you talk about Sao Paulo or something, or you talk about Rio de Janeiro, and you can kind of see Luther in that the impoverished, crime-ridden landscape like that. So I really like that idea. I really like the idea of Luther doing South America, Luther doing Africa. I think that would be really cool.
It's the global south, isn't it? Because that's kind of like the part of the world that has been kind of neglected and abandoned by the global kind of like hegemony. It's really easy to see Luther slotting in with kind of the abandoned of the earth, like the unfortunate, the suffering. You can see him slotting in with them in a way that you can't imagine him like swanning around in Los Angeles or New York or whatever.
Something, because we're talking about the coat, it just said something weird. He was talking about the fallen sun kind of giving a new beginning, and he makes him think, well, can they do a version of Luther without the coat?
Listen, some heroes wear capes, some wear coats, and I know a lot has been made about your coat, but I'm actually curious. I mean, it's been a couple of years since season 5. You're now in this film. What does it actually do for you as an actor when you put that coat on? I understand a bigger budget. You had 20 coats in this filming this movie, but what does it do for you to put on the coat? Do you look in the mirror? Do you sort of like...
It definitely gives me a stance. Like, I put the coat on and I walk a certain way. You know what I mean? Like, people go to me, Luther walk. I'm like, really, Luther walk? Oh, yeah. Because I sort of do this thing with my shoulders and my hands in my pocket. It makes me move a certain way. But now it's really sort of like it's a bit of a uniform. I want to say that, I think the film gives us a sort of new beginning. And I want to understand whether we can do a version without the coat. Will he still be Luther? That is I know, shock horror, but we started the film without the coat and seems to still be him, but then when you see him in the coat, you're like, so who knows? We'll see.
All right, so what's your dream wardrobe then for Luther? If you could put it out there and put him in anything, what are you putting him in?
Well, I don't know. Whatever it be, he won't have a different costume every day. He's the kind of guy who's going to wear the same shirt every day. I
hope he was just like spitballing around or something there, because like I want him in that costume forever. It's important to me as a fan.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I do feel if you've gone this far having him wear that, like, there's no point just switching it off for the sake of switching it off. You might as well keep it.
I don't think that's the sort of thing that anybody in production will oblige Idris to. I mean, that's something so intrinsic to the character, and it's really marketable. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I hope not.
And maybe they do something of it, like they force him to wear something else, then when he gets back his autonomy, he puts the coat back on at the climax of the film. So it's like a signifier of his real identity.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what happened. That's kind of what happened in this, isn't it? He was wearing the prison garb.
Yeah.
There's another aspect of sequel films I think is interesting to bring up here, from Neil Cross, who's talking about, the narrative challenges that we got to invite new audiences but respect and honor the old. Schenk and Luther's relationship, we have that rapport from the series, we had to bring that in. Other than the Schenk relationship, Neil Cross says, I would have considered it discourteous to risk overwhelming new viewers with too many returning characters. But then, when he's questioned about the possibility of Alice returning in future movies, he says, well, we're an extended family, and Ruth Wilson is an important part of it. It's a family I care about very much, so who knows?
Interesting. See, I would have thought he was like shutting it down, like, no, Alice, evermore, she's dead, go away, shut up, fuck off. Interesting that he seems open to it there.
Extended family gives the impression of Alice, but not in the main Luther franchise, doesn't it? That kind of screams Alice Audios to me, sort of thing.
Well, that's in our series 4 and 5 discussion. We went over a bunch of sources, which I've alluded to the idea of an Alice TV spin-off over the years, sometimes directly being talked about. So, yeah, I wonder if that will happen at some day. Ruth Wilson likes the show, and everyone gets on. So, unless Luther as the show ended, I don't see any reason to actually have her die, especially because the Series 5 ending is mirroring the Series 1 beginning, which Henry Madsen didn't actually die there either. He waltzed around, he slept for a few more episodes before getting killed.
Also, thing is, even if they had more explicitly suggested she died, we've talked about Luther being comic-y. What happens in comics all the time? People come back to life after they've supposedly died. So yeah, I think there's no point in ruling it out. And frankly, I think they'd be foolish to not do something with Alice again, because as we've gone through at length, she's one of the best features of Luther as an IP.
So, as we're talking about characters and Luther, and specifically women and Luther, there's a kind of running theme I want to talk about, something we've touched on in our earlier discussions, Series 2, Series 3, Series 4 and 5. To set this up a bit, there's a 2013 interview with Idris Elba where he says a few relevant things. This isn't relevant to my main point, but it's kind of interesting. He gets asked, where are you with the film? And he says, Neil Cross has an idea, so we're fleshing that out now. The development funding's in place, but the film hasn't been greenlit. An old school thriller in British film hasn't been done well for a while. The spine of it will probably come from Neil's book, The Calling, which starts at the beginning of who Luther is and where he comes from. It will be an origin story. So, of course, there were many more episodes of the TV show since this interview, and that didn't end up happening the way he describes it. Anyway, going on, the interviewer asks him, why does such a London show translate so well abroad? Idris says, the audacity of the show appeals to Americans, especially as the English typically do more tailored TV. It plays like an American show, but with English characters. They're seeing a ballsy 6'2" black guy kick some ass. I'm not kidding, that's what they get excited about. Germany, Australia, Mexico. The aesthetic of the show has an appeal. You'll see some bizarre shit you've never seen before. The interviewer goes on, David Herwood has talked about how black British actors have to go to America to make it big. Idris says, I've bit myself in the foot a few times speaking about black actors, so I'm over it now. I don't know what a black actor is now. Black actor was in quotation marks both times in that quote. The interviewer asks, is TV colorblind? Idris says, I think we're becoming colorblind. Because I'm a beacon, I try not to use the phrase because it pigeonholes you.
Yeah.
So, we had this situation where there was a character in some of the earlier series called Erin Gray, who was she wasn't a loser, was she? But she was a busybody, annoying character, I guess you could say, who kind of tried to take Luther down and got reprimanded over it. Annoying little sidekick in some ways who ended up getting what's what. She did survive, but yeah, Luther kind of won in those situations with Erin. And she was a black woman. And then later on in Series 5, Luther gets another kind of sidekickish character around who's another completely different personality. Erin was all serious and no nonsense, where Catherine Halliday is really chirpy and happy to share her pens. But she's another black woman Luther works with who Luther kind of humiliates or kind of tricks a lot and kind of gets given the runaround and ends up dying for her trouble. You know, both Erin and Halliday end up shot in situations to do with Luther, but Halliday actually dies for it. Then we have a third kind of centralized black woman on the show, well, in the franchise, who is Odette Rain, who is not really the Luther parallel. She's in Schenk's job, so she's kind of above Luther. The next bit of relevant context around this sort of thing comes from something we discussed in our Series 4 and 5 discussion, which was the Hollywood Reporter was, BBC diversity chief says Luther doesn't feel authentic due to lack of black friends. And what that was the then BBC diversity chief Miranda Wayland, who's since gone on to other work, was her comments that the show, Luther, featured a really strong black character lead, but was superficially diverse. Her quotes here, when it first came out, everybody loved the fact that Idris Elba was in there, a really strong black character lead. We all fell in love with him, who didn't, right? But after you got into about the second series, you got kind of like, okay, he doesn't have any black friends, he doesn't eat any Caribbean food, this doesn't feel authentic. And she went on about how BBC and elsewhere must ensure that black characters are supported by an environment and culture that is absolutely reflective of their background. And Idris's sort of response to that was just a social media post where he wrote, we must not, and I'm saying this is his response just because the timing it came out and everything. His post online was just white text on a black background reading, we must not pull ourselves backwards, only push ourselves forward, i.e. So, Luther and Idris Elba aren't Caribbean, either of them. Of course, there's, plenty of Caribbean black people in the UK, but Idris and Luther aren't among them. So Idris and Luther, I guess, kind of got specifically targeted there. I don't know what Neil Cross thought. he's British born himself. Obviously, he's a white man and he lives in New Zealand. Must have been weird for Idris. Anyway, swinging back around, the not many black friends things. Of course, Luther doesn't have much in the way of friends in general. I guess there was Ripley. Anyway, kind of encompassing, bringing this around to the film, the reason I think that stuff is relevant is because those comments from the then BBC diversity chief came out between Series 5 and the film. So the film is the first thing made kind of after those comments, which did kind of fire up a bit. I remember a lot of talk about them before I hadn't even seen the show back in that year, 2021, but I remember that firing up a lot of discussion, the diversity chief making those comments and, all the responses and people's different opinions to that and everything. So the film is made post that. It's the first Luther thing made after those comments. And in the film, we have this new character who's not Erin Gray and who's not Catherine Halliday. It's another cop that's a black woman that's kind of adjacent to Luther in the narrative, like a secondary character compared to Luther. But she's above Luther. She's more in Schenk's role. And, well, what do we think of Odette Rain? What do we think of this character?
I think particularly as the female foil to Luther, that is something that has been done, in the show over and over and over. And part of what worried me going into the film is it going to feel like they're just doing all the tired shit with this kind of character again? Is she going to be humiliated, made the villain, made the loser, die horribly, whatever? And I was really, really pleased by the fact that they didn't do any of that. Obviously, we have her butting heads with Luther and kind of really getting into trouble and kind of, her daughter gets kidnapped, all the shit goes down. But ultimately she partners up with Luther and they go on their solo kind of quest, their voyage together, and they escape, they survive, they win, and that's great. And she gets kind of her own little hero moments in some ways. And also I think there's maybe a subtle thread of her maybe Luther rubbing off on her in some ways. I think they have that conversation in the car where she asks Luther why he did what he did, and he said, well, I couldn't see any other way. And then when they're in the red bunker and Robey's making her stab him, Luther says to her, hey, can you think of any other way other than stabbing me? So I guess that may be implied to be maybe a little bit of Odette being corrupted away in a similar way to the way Luther was, being forced to do these really horrible, violent things, even though that's not in her nature.
I also went into it a bit worried for similar reasons because I've spoken at length about my feelings on the way that Erin Gray and Halliday were written, and I think more than anything, I'm quite forgiving. I mean, I am a white man, but I am quite forgiving of Cross for that. I don't think it was. I think it was just a kind of like a stumbling accident. I don't think there was any malicious racist intent. But it is uncomfortable, and it happened twice. So the two main black women of the show up to this point had been ridiculed and become injured, and were sort of antagonistic to some degree. So I was a bit worried on seeing the trailer of seeing Cynthia Erivo working against John. I had a small feeling that the turn would happen and she might end up working with him, but it turned out that she was quite a rounded character. She didn't feel where sort of Erin and Halliday don't feel very rounded. They just feel like policewomen. Cynthia Erivo, you see her flat, you see her family, you see her making moral choices rather than police ones. I love that character. I hope that if there's more Luther, I hope there's more Cynthia Erivo in it.
In a way, the moment where she's kind of she's being pressured by Robey to put Luther in the trunk and kidnap him, whatever, and Luther's like, please don't do this, and she basically has that moment where she shut him in the trunk, but then she kind of turns back and she lets him out of the trunk again, and that's the moment where she's fully committed to helping Luther.
Yeah,
that's the kind of moral choice of being torn between different things that maybe Luther might have had to go through, in during the TV show, having things very personal to him at risk, being blackmailed and so on. She's the one who gets that kind of choice, whereas Luther doesn't so much have that in this film. So it's relief to have that kind of material in the film somewhere, and it's nice for her to get that moment where, rather than taking the path of corruption like Archie does, in the police force in this film, she actually gets to be the one who makes the choice to say, okay, no, I will stand up to the killer. I will join Luther's side. I will do what needs to be done. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool to have one of the foil to Luther actually get that moment and join the team of Luther. She also gets that kind of random fight scene at the climax with that Estonian speaking dude who catches on fire. That was very, very kind of random.
Yeah, all the kerosene stuff. Yeah. That's that final set piece. So in the red bunker, in the red room, So Red Room's an old online kind of urban legend thing. The film talks about this, but Robey's made it real. You vote on how you want the people to be killed. Robey and the Estonian guy talk of the people as livestock, but of course they get a special prelude show in Odette and Luther. I liked, again, the kind of unrealism of the scene. All the cameras. I think that was a great image. Like, don't know how much sense it made, but I loved all the cameras, pointed around, and we saw their red blinking lights and everything. It was an arresting couple of images we had in that sequence, and I loved the cutaways to the creeps watching it. That's such a it's such a Neil Cross thing, and it's not misanthropic because he doesn't hate humanity in general, but I think he does really hate a specific type of person and I think, like Neil Cross we've talked about, he insulates himself in these weird little pods where he's looking at dark web awful stuff. So I think I think he feels strongly about the sort of person he sees as engaging with this sort of material, voting on these sorts of things. I think it scares him more than he's like poking at them as incels or whatever, like Andy Serkis did in an interview.
And so he's in a way putting, using the dark web, using surveillance, using technology, which he's very, smart with. He's able to create a sort of a safe space for like-minded incel type people who are, but at the same time, he wants to make them feel that this is a theatrical kind of home for them in a way.
I don't know if Neil Cross is kind of poking at, look at these silly incels watching this horrible stuff. I think he's a bit scared by people like that, especially because, like those cutaways show, they're pretty normalish looking guys, aren't they? We've got a builder there, we've got a guy in a suit who's, looking furtively, maybe his wife's in the other room. They're pretty normal looking guys. Most of them. But the thought that among you, there could be these absolute depraved people who are getting enjoyment out of this horrendously monstrous stuff, I think that's a spooky thought. And so I like the sense of those cutaways. I thought they were spookier than the actual Red Room stuff, which is so unreal in certain ways, because there's no actual... I don't think there's any quite James Bond level Red Room scenario like that in the world, so I hope. But there absolutely are guys like that who are off enjoying, live leak videos and that sort of thing, and all sorts of awful stuff. So I felt a kind of weird sense of purpose to those cutaways that really worked for me. But what did you guys think of them?
I did think the one of the guy wearing the VR headset was very funny. I think the moment they cut to Odette stabs John, we just see that guy in the VR headset almost looking like he's climaxing. It just to start with, the fact that it makes no sense for him to be wearing a VR headset because it doesn't appear to be a 3D live feed at all, but it's just there. I think just as a signifier of geekiness, nerdiness almost, and the need for people to be immersed in their content. I found it so entertaining, and I loved that as a kind of little visual gag. And I think that is a little bit of a poke at the kind of people, the kind of nerdy, kind of sort of like a the kind of guy being depicted here who is so into their little secret perversions to such a degree, the high-tech perversion. I think Cross enjoys maybe poking at that a little bit. I think his own nerdiness comes into that slightly. I'm not saying it's self-deprecation. I'm not saying Cross thinks of himself as a perv, but I think that there is a certain degree of familiarity that comes with being that kind of online hermit. You know how these people work and how they think.
I know some people with VR headsets that do often just view their regular web browser, Firefox, or, just regular flat screen YouTube videos that are just 2D in, your regular type of YouTube video, just in VR environments in the headsets. I don't know why. Just because they find it more immersive, even if it's no actual content making use of the 3D VR capabilities, just to kind of, I'm watching it on the moon because I've got a projected screen on the moon or something. Maybe our weird climaxing Red Room guy was in some kind of space where he was on Jupiter or something, and he was watching his crazy stuff there, and he felt like god of the solar system or whatever, watching all the violence. I don't know. But some people do use VR headsets just to view regular flat screen stuff. But it's definitely a big overkill moment, and it does play comically to me, the kind of reveal, because he's not in the first kind of procession of creeps that you see watching the Red Room stuff. He comes a bit later. He feels very specifically timed by Jamie Payne and or the editor, I think, as kind of a comic beat. Yeah.
It stuck with me in the sense that I left the theatre. I think you did the same, picking apart celebrities and people in my life who I think might have joined the Red Room live stream. So that's been quite fun to do.
Yeah, I kind of wish they'd shown like what the live chat feed looked like on there, because there was a button on the screen saying, "Hey, live chat." I wonder what the people watching it would have been typing into the chat as like Luther was getting stabbed and all this stuff was happening. Actually, it probably been lots of racial slurs, so maybe I don't want to see that. I don't know.
While we're talking about the viewers, one of the also unrealistic, in the same vein as the VR headset thing, funny kind of visual images, is the cameras shutting off.
Yeah.
When the guys start dropping out of the live stream, it's as if the cameras symbolise them watching and that they start shutting off. I like the visual idea. I mean, obviously it doesn't work, but I like that you visually see them dropping off one by one by the cameras turning off.
Yeah, that's a great example of something that doesn't need to make logistical sense. Just the image of it is so immediately communicative and powerful that you don't care. Like they don't need 100 cameras in the room, but they have it anyway because they want that theatrical sense of there being an audience. It's so symbolic.
I've had this thought quite a few times during our Luther discussions that Cross's way of visual writing, in like his symbolic writing, reminds me a hell of a lot of Stephen Moffat's, in that a lot of the things that he does don't make any logistical sense whatsoever, but you completely the point is being made perfectly well and quite effectively in that it often stays with you. Do you see what I mean there? I can't think of any specific examples of Stephen Moffat doing that. I just know that's something that I often find when I'm watching his stuff, where I kind of think, I'm not sure that this isn't like sit right in terms of realism, but I completely understand what you're going for, and I retain them quite well.
They are both kind of fairy tale writers in a way. Neil Cross actually insists that Luther is much more Doctor Who-y than he thinks other people take it as. He's talked about that in podcasts and things. That he thinks the kind of way the show works and the structure of it, he thinks is much more Doctor Who than people talk about. I guess because it's such a different genre. But that's very deeply embedded in him. I think they're similar writers in some ways. So Robey's speech at the end there in the Red Room sequence is pretty interesting. He says, "I thought I'd kick off by asking you, as a bit of an expert in these things apparently, do you think I can help being what I am? Do you think any of us can?" And Luther says, "Mate, I couldn't give a fucking monkeys." It's such a self-aggrandizing thing that, what of my criminal mortality, how scandalous, what do you think of all, and who cares, that he's not their therapist, he's the bad guy that he's there to stop.
Yeah, I think it's a good character moment for Luther. I think in the statement of intent in terms of what kind of story this is, what kind of genre this is, I think kind of poking fun at the whole over-intellectualizing of people who commit absolutely horrific atrocities. Like, Luther's not the kind of guy who gives a fuck about that. I think the brazenness and the brashness of him and just sort of dismissing that offhand, I think is really fun. And it puts us on Luther's side. It makes us kind of, we feel that when he says that.
It reminds me of Ripley in the Cameron Pell episodes, where Cameron Pell has chained Ripley up and he's like, there's the mythology of the killers, and Ripley's just like, no, they're just awful people. There's no big thought to this.
I always love when Cross gives Luther Cockney London lines. The one that I really love is "Not on your Nelly" in season 3. I think this "I don't give a monkeys" is so, like for a Bond-ish scene. That's not a Bond-ish line.
Yeah.
So I really love that. I love the working class Britishness of Luther.
Robey goes on to say, "You have got no idea what it's like to be born like us, to live your entire life not being able to express who you are, for fear of people like you policing us. But nobody needs to be alone anymore. Now do they? Not even us, because we can create a place where we can all come together to express ourselves and to be safe from people like you." Then he goes on after he's making the two cops, cop and ex-cop fight each other. "You see, for all their cloying self-righteousness, the only difference between them and us is who we're allowed to hurt, and under what circumstances. Now how do they justify that to themselves, or the good people? By telling themselves that we're the wicked ones. All them monsters are telling you, all and me, that we are monsters." And there's cutaways to like that guy in the hoodie nodding, and all the creeps are like agreeing with what Robey's saying there. What do we think of what he's saying there?
I was kind of wondering, what point does he think he's making here? Because he has literally forced Odette to do this by putting her daughter's head in a plastic bag. He's threatening to kill her daughter. Like, of course you can convince a parent to do something they don't want to do, if they think it will save someone they love. Like, that's not that weird. I don't think it's that monstrous of Odette to feel like that in that position, to feel she has to do that. I think most people would agree. So I'm not quite sure what kind of deep point Robey is trying to make there in terms of, like, making Odette do that and saying that. Like, do you guys have a different read on it? Like,
I think he's just like, it's trying to stumble upon moral relativism and not really having the social sense of other people that will know there are situations. It's like he's amazed that, but wait, so you can stab someone in one context, why can't you stab him in all contexts? I think he just he's such a hollow guy. I think he just doesn't understand, you know.
You're a socialist, but you own an iPhone?
Yeah, I think it just astounds him that, wait, there's a context where you can stab someone, so why can't we stab everyone we want? You know, it's just stabbing at the end of the day. I think it's this really weird, depersonalized thing that only like a true, there's truly something wrong with a guy to not have that. Especially because he can mask it too. Like when he blends in with Corinne and he like makes friends with people. He's a real piece of work, as Luther says.
I think I found the way that monologue is kind of placed and structured, it's almost the point at which, in a different kind of story, you might expect the writer to put something that's actually attacking, or maybe at least superficially attacking, like the hypocrisy or something, like some actual hypocrisy of the main characters or the system they're in or something like that. It's where you get like the villain gives their monologue that kind of has a point but sort of doesn't, because they're a villain and they're evil and they kill people. Whereas in this film it kind of doesn't really have that effect. Like, he doesn't really have any sort of point at all here. It's just a showcase of how deranged and deluded he is. He just gets a big monologue about it.
I think that Luther's response, I don't give a fucking monkeys, I think that says a hell of a lot to me as a viewer, and I think intentionally to the viewer on the whole, about the direction of this new phase of Luther. We're not introspective anymore. We're not doing deep dives into Alice Morgan's the dark matter. So we're not doing any of that at this stage, or certainly not in this film. We're not. So I think it's kind of laying out quite clearly the MO of Luther as a film franchise. I hope not. I hope that it's not the film franchise. I hope it's just the film. I hope it's just this specific film we're talking about. But that to me signals we don't give a fucking monkeys about what's wrong with these guys. We're just interested in they're doing wrong stuff, and Luther's going to stop them in a cool way.
I mean, as you say, that line got laughs in the cinema, like, as you describe, and I think moments like that sort of puncture, I guess, the high-mindedness, play well to like a cinema audience. I think a big crowd of people. That sort of the sense of like mass entertainment rather than cerebral kind of tucked at home in front of your telly, kind of watching this small screen play out these horrible ideas. I think it's kind of emblematic of the kind of tone, and I agree. I hope it's not like this is just permanently we're not going to think about things anymore, like for the rest of this franchise. But yeah, we'll see, I suppose.
You're talking about not as much characterization being in the film. What do you think of this dialogue between Schenk and Luther, where Schenk is saying over the phone at church, "One last chance to exercise that death wish you've been carrying around for how long? Boss, I'm sorry, okay? I know that I've let you down way too often." And Schenk replies, "It wasn't me you let down. The tragedy is that you are a better man than you've ever allowed yourself to be."
It's so dumb. It's like a schoolmaster talking to a schoolboy or something. I hate that line.
Yeah, it's very explaining the theme, because rather than showing the theme, okay, let's have a character explain what the tragedy of Luther's character is. The tragedy is that you are this, and the... Yeah, it's a bit, it's like lip service to the idea of Luther being this complex character with this big history behind him, or such tragedy to him, in a film that is otherwise just concerned with him being the cool hero who, you know, dives into the frozen lake and the car and beats the serial killer and all that shit and saves the day. So yeah.
Do you know what it is? Do you know what that specific line is lacking? Is that type of dialogue, that type of picking apart the themes of the show, always came from Alice, and always came from Alice in a really, really intellectual way from a really wonderful actor. And what you're getting from Schenk is you're getting like the bare minimum from like one of John's mates in one line. And we used to do that with Alice every like couple of seasons. She would come by and tell Luther what's going on in his own life and why he is the way he is, and then dip out again. So I think that's what we're lacking in this. I think that's the problem.
Alice would have made that line into an absolute like razor blade. Like she might have worded it a bit differently, maybe not even that differently, but she would have delivered it and like said it in such a context where it was like the most incisive thing ever. Because I think she's not that invested in the idea of like being a good man or Luther being like a better man or whatever. It's just something that kind of amuses her or like fascinates her. Whereas with Schenk, it's like, oh, Luther, you could have been a better man, and it's just like, God, who gives a shit, you know? Fuck. Especially because, you know, he's going off to try and stop a serial killer and save Odette's daughter and save all these people. It's like we're whining about the tragedy of this now. Like, is this really the time?
Did you notice David Robey was promoted and talked about in articles for ages as a billionaire, and then in the film he's a city trader. He's got like a little group of employees kind of in the Estonian guys overlooking, you know, the Excel spreadsheet people, but I just think that's weird. He got reported as a billionaire heaps. Not ever by Cross or Netflix directly. It just seemed to have come out from somewhere, and then lots of places said it, and then he's a city trader.
I think it's just some tabloid journalist inferred from the promo shots and whatever. You know, he's wearing that robe and he's drinking like from a decanter, and he's in like an overlooking City of London apartment and whatever, and we know that there's data gathering stuff going on. So I think the inference there was that he's probably a billionaire who does something in tech, which is not really far off the truth, but it's not what he was.
One little bit of the film I really love is when we're at that tattoo guy's place that gets raided by the cops, but by Luther first, and we hear his story of how Robey blackmailed him, and he says, "I met a man online. He was into extreme submission porn. We exchanged fantasies for a long time, months, decided to move things into the real world. His needs were very specific. He wanted to be taken by surprise. He gave me his details, name, address, time he got home from work, the alarm code. One night, I was waiting when he came home. There was a safe word, but he didn't use it, so I kept going. I just kept going. Because I hadn't really been talking to him. I'd been catfished, set up by somebody posing as this poor man to assault him. He had no idea who I was, nor why I was there. The catfisher had it all on film, all the things I did." That's such a horrifying story. That really stuck with me out of the film. I thought that was a really memorable bit of writing costed there.
It's also a nice reminder of why, you know, these films aren't Bond films. I think you get stuff in Luther and just these horrible little stories that you don't necessarily get in big franchises of films in that way. I think there's little like, strange, little horrible, like, small human stories of horror, kind of almost slightly like elongated, like heightened horror, but very much like just diving into the strange little paranoias of how the most horrible, inexplicable things, but almost believable things could happen to you.
And it's about degeneracy as well, isn't it? It's about the Cross uses sex as a theme of London degeneracy a lot, doesn't he? So it's just another example of that.
See, I think it would have been very easy on Cross's part to write that guy as like to basically make fun of that guy, or basically really like be horrible to that guy. But like he goes the other direction. He has Luther say, you know, I can tell actually from your eyes you're a decent person fundamentally. You didn't mean to do anything wrong. You're horrified by what happened here. Like you're not actually a bad person. Like, it would have been so easy for Cross to just make this guy just make fun of this guy for being like a gross little incel with fetishes and deviancy or whatever. But instead he humanizes this character in a way that's quite surprising and interesting.
Do you believe him? Do you believe? Because I watching that both times, I just kind of took that as
what, to believe John?
Yeah, I just took that as like an interrogation technique, as opposed to
me too. Yeah,
he really does believe in what he's saying. I just thought it was, he can hear the sirens. He's like, fuck, I've got to, you know, the threat to his eyeball isn't doing anything. I've got to hurry up and find something that works. So I'm going to appeal to his goodness.
The thing is, you are completely right. That is an interrogation technique that people actually use. But I think the reason I kind of took it more sincerely from Luther's part is just that it strikes me that John is so, I mean, he has such a huge kind of idea of himself. It just seemed like the sort of bullshit that John would actually say when he brings it back to his childhood. Like, oh, ever since I was a child, I've just been able to tell. I've had this sixth sense of. It just seems like the kind of strange, like, self-mythologizing that John might actually do. So I think I took it a bit more seriously when I heard it from him. Like, obviously, there is an element of him just kind of bullshitting and trying to get the information out of this guy, but also there is the fact that he's doing this because he can't bring himself to like actually commit violence on this guy. He can't use the tattoo gun to like physically threaten him. He's like, okay, I put it down, I can't do this.
Yeah, I think you're right that he does both, because I'm thinking back on the Alice Yorn thing, and I'm thinking about how, you know, that was just so ridiculous, but he completely believed it. he completely bought into that idea. But as a viewer, that's kind of like it's a bit hit or miss. But he was absolutely sold on it. So I think I think it can be both things at once, can't it?
No, I have a few interviews I want to go through a bit, but I think if you're up for talking about the short film now, so The Fallen Sun is the big Luther film. It's about 2 hours, and then there's a lot of credits. But there was a short film of Luther back in 2015 for the title track of the Murdah Loves John Idris Elba John Luther character concept album, Murdah Loves John track. So before we talk about that, I want to bring up an interview with Idris where he says, so there's a quote Idris Elba has in an interview with Total Film where he says, "It's not a competition, but I reference Bond as a template for the type of film we're going for. John is a leading character in a film that he's the hero of. That's the comparison I'm making. Some films do them well, Bond is one of them, but my ambition for it is to have that sort of scale, that reverence. I want people to be like, ooh, Luther, the first film? Wicked. And to continue that. And then maybe later, down the line, when I'm too old, someone else will step in to play John."
I'm not sure I'd be into it.
I don't want that.
Yeah.
Things can end, This isn't the case, like, Bond is adapted from a series of books, right? So different actors playing him, like, it makes a degree of sense as a source text. I think with Luther it's just so different because, that character is so created by, like, Idris Elba, and Cross, obviously, but, like, Elba just embodies that character to such a degree. It just seems weird for some random other person to do, like, an Idris impression, or, like, not an impression, but, like, to try and put some other spin on it, because, it's not you. This isn't your character. I don't care about your interpretation. Who are you? Go away.
He's been doing this for 13 years now, and it seems to intend to do it for like at least 10 years more. So I struggle to imagine when he must be about 50 now. So I struggle to imagine when he's like 65, then him handing over the baton to somebody. I just can't see it. I can't see anybody ever being good enough. I suppose what you could do, what we've kind of toyed on this podcast before with the idea of a Luther prequel, or like somebody playing Luther in The Calling, which I suppose works fine, but it's still not. I don't like the idea of Idris Elba being replaced. But I suppose it's nice that he's very, although he's very attached to the character, he's not like egomaniacal about it, I guess.
Well, he's not the only man to have played Luther, is the thing. Because in the 2015 music video for Murdah Loves John, we get this interesting, it's nearly all in black and white, story where... So Murdah Loves John was Idris's, like, brainchild. It's his love. It's not Neil Cross's thing so much. This was all Idris is doing. The album and the song and everything, and
so it's not canon, is what you're saying.
It's born of Idris's mind. It's born of Idris's mind. So it starts. We see this guy who's smoking, and then we see a young boy playing with his dad soccer in a tunnel. I've seen some comments think it's the same tunnel, or it's reminiscent of the tunnel near where Ripley died back in Series 3. I don't really know what they mean, because Ripley didn't die near a tunnel. He died near a gate, didn't he? So I don't know. Anyway, boy who's young Luther is playing soccer with his dad. A guy comes up and he shoots the dad. So that's very sad. Dad goes down. Young little Luther looks, shocked and can't believe it's happening. The murderer steals Luther dad's money. Then he points the gun at little Luther's face. Little Luther looks scared but defiant. And little Luther runs away. And so the chorus of the song starts, "Run, run, run, John." And so we see a kind of Luthery London as young Luther is running around. Then we see, it's kind of like the intro credits. We see a bunch of actual red blood. It's kind of like Better Call Saul too, isn't it? It's a splash of color in the black and white. We see the kind of gold copper of the bullet on the red blood, and then the rest is black and white. And then we see the singer who's just kind of walking around London singing the song. Then we kind of get this kind of, young Luther is looking at a fire. Then we get these kind of vignette shots where you have two cops that look kind of useless. Then we have two. How would you describe those two white guys? They've got sticks. Are they kind of clockwork orange coated?
Posh private school boy pricks. That's kind of the impression I got from them.
Posh private pricks who. We're kind of like in a point of view, like low angle shot from young Luther's perspective.
Yeah.
Looking at these posh boys like waving their sticks around and looking aggressive. Then I really like this bit. So we see this couple who are like burying something like in the grass near some houses or something. And so they look like creepy Luther villains. They've got weird smiles on their faces and they look like weirdos. And young Luther is like looking around at the fire and at all this stuff in London. We go on. I don't quite understand this shot, actually. Young Luther is looking at like a guy in a hood. And then we look down at his palms and we've got God and devil are on his wrists and he's got a pill in both of his hands. What do you guys make of this shot?
I was wondering if it's supposed to be like a Matrix red pill, blue pill type symbolism, or if it's just like, okay, drug dealing, that he's involved in this somehow. I don't know.
I guess it's evocative of, what path does Luther go down? Because we see he does become a cop, but he becomes a effective cop, but a cop who breaks the rules so much that he ends up in prison.
What's that line? I'm trying to find the lyrics. There is a line in the song about devil on the shoulder or something, isn't there? Hold on, let me scan through this. Death accompanies you on your... Oh, okay, it's not right. Death accompanies you on your shoulders, but I guess that's not quite that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think having God and devil on the opposite wrist does it's kind of on the nose, isn't it? Like, ooh, choose good or bad. Which should I do?
Then we have like a cut. We see young Luther training, like his fists are pumping and everything. And then we cut to an older man, adult man, who's not Idris Elba, is doing the same thing. He's punching a punching bag and he looks very strong. And then we have the kind of shot, that I love, where this man who's not Idris Elba is looking out over London, and it's this big epic shot, and this is Luther. He's in the Luthery costume, and it's not Idris Elba, and he's looking out over London. And then we get like another low angle shot, and he looks really epic and Luthery and like a superhero up there standing on top of something. The chorus comes again, and we see more bad guys, pointing guns at the camera, the posh pricks again. Then we see, he looks like a Hugo Strange type or something. He's like in a white coat and he's got a big syringe and he looks really evil. I love these bits because it's like the music video is very serious in a lot of ways. I know like it's insanely melodramatic, the God Devil thing, but it's like a guy getting killed and a young Luther looking sad. It's very serious in those ways. But these shots of the weird villains, like that couple in the grass or this Hugo Strange guy, I really like that because it feels like Luther to me. Do you guys get that vibe? It like has...
Yeah, 100%. The comic book thing.
Yeah, it sort of expands the world, doesn't it? It's his rogues gallery of villains.
Yeah. It feels like Lutherland. Yeah, the rogues gallery, exactly. Then we look around our new non-Idris Luther. He's looking at like a crime wall, like where the conspiracy thing where you string up all that. Then he's got a woman in his arms, Alice coded, maybe, because the lyrics are,
I wasn't so sure, to be honest. She didn't give me those vibes. She just seemed like one of Luther's various love interests who leaves him at some point.
The lyrics when we see her are the death accompanies you on your shoulder line. So...
maybe. I could be wrong there.
It's tricky, because the music video, I think what's interesting about it is it's evoking all this Luther stuff without actually using, any of the actors or anything, which I find really interesting. It goes on, we get that classic Luther shot, where Luther is like perfectly framed in the middle and we're kind of like about half a meter behind him with the camera and we see, the back of his head as he's walking down somewhere. It's an iconic Luther shot. We get that of this non-Idris guy walking around and now he's got a badge and he's going onto the crime scene and the, useless cops let him through.
The music really explodes at that point when he shows the badge. It's like the big chorus, like, whoa, yeah, I've got a badge. It's like, wow, okay.
Then he goes down the tunnel where his dad died, and we have like flashbacks to that again. We see young Luther again, and old Luther is kicking the ball around there. And then he keeps walking on, leaving the ball there. And that's the music video. So I've watched this loads of times, but for you guys, it's quite fresh. What do you guys think of it?
It's got the same sort of feeling as a fan film, which I really, really love. And I more than anything else, I love that it's a fan film produced by Idris Elba. I think that's so cool. I like that. I like that it kind of brings to mind, like you were saying, of the weird murder characters. It brings to mind like the ideas of Luther, like the icons, like the iconography of Luther, but isn't quite. And I think that's the reason that I quite like that the guy essentially playing Luther isn't Idris Elba.
Yeah, it feels wise to not use Idris Elba in the actual video itself. I think because it's just to signify that this is the ideas of Luther. It's not trying to actually be part of the main interpretation of Luther. This is like an alternative interpretation vision. The ideas are not confined to just the TV show, or like the actual strict canon of Luther. These ideas can be transmuted into other forms. Like, and the actual ideas are more important than them being part of the official show or like continuity or anything like that. So I think. Also, I think to a certain degree, I think having Elba in the video for this would have maybe pushed it over the line a little bit in terms of like taking itself too seriously. Like having him actually in there, like playing Luther in this, I just feel something about it would have been a bit too absurd, because I feel like the narrative of the video, it is very much a kind of almost slightly reductive sort of Batman origin. Yeah. Like, okay, parents died as a child. Oh, I became a cop. How epic! Yay! Yeah, there's something a bit. Something just feels a bit. It's melodramatic, I think, and having Elba actually in it would have just been pushed it over the line in terms of, hey, I'm playing my own character in the music video for a song I made about a character. It's part of an album I made about this character that I play in this TV show that I co-executive producer, and it's just too much. You know, like just step back a bit. You know.
I think maybe had he starred in it, I think we might have been looking at like the Mirror articles from the time and like talking about how to what degree it's canon and like people on Twitter talking about is this canon to the show, and you know I think so I'm glad that it's completely separate, so we don't have to regard it as canon whatsoever.
I don't really think of it in those terms. It feels, I wouldn't say fan film like you, Tyler, but it feels to me like, you know, Batman has a bunch of stories. And they're not really canon to each other, but they're all Batman stories. It's just kind of, this is, you know, different takes on the character and everything. It just kind of feels that way to me. Like, I never want the show to actually say his backstory, because I think it's too boring and reductive to get into that. And also, the show said he grew up with soldiers. So, did he grow up with soldiers after his dad died, or was his dad a soldier? He didn't look very soldiery in here. Anyway, in an interview with the album's release, Idris said,
"Why were you not in the video? Why did you decide to not be a part of that and have actors play that?"
I thought, again, you know, like, you know, trying to separate home from state, you know, so this is a music project, you know, and even though I'm the artist, you know, I didn't feel right to be in the video, especially when I'm playing the character, you know, of John Luther. That felt like overkill. And Arjun Rose is a very talented director who made that video. We thought we should have Luther's presence in it, but we didn't think we should have me as an actor in it. Because I think that would just water down what we're going to see, A, on TV that night, but B, just take away from the, you know, sort of the pictures that, you know, Murdah Loves John, the song, conjures up without me in it. You know, when I do further character albums, I think there'll be an opportunity for me to be in some of it, in some films with the music. But at this stage, I'm trying to get people to understand, like, this is a real sort of, I'm really trying to create a genre.
He wants, and he thinks you kind of get the presence of Idris kind of stronger for not being in it, in a way, because you're thinking about him. I see what he means there. It's kind of, you feel the presence of the character, and I like, it kind of makes the character feel bigger than the actor, which I don't think he is, but I think it's an interesting sort of experiment to do here. Do you agree with his separate home from state, have it stand on its own kind of reasoning?
Yeah, I see it, yep.
Absolutely. Like, you don't need the music video to be just, like, integrated that far. Like, let it be its own thing. It's a different format of Luther. It can be its own thing. You know, I completely agree. He made the right choice there, I think.
He also talks about, in this interview, so from years ago, you know, would he put his music into a feature film? Would he put his music into a feature film? And he's interested in the idea.
It's something that you've done twice now, a character album. Like you said, you did it for Mandela, the character Mandela you played. You've done it for Luther. Do you see yourself taking it, even though you've said that you want it to be a genre for Tom Hardy and for different actors? Can you see yourself soundtracking films? Do you see yourself conducting an orchestra and really changing the sound and making the sound of what a film would look like, whether you were in it or not?
I know. I definitely feel like if I direct a feature film, then I would definitely be a part of, you know, scoring that film. I think I could hand it to someone else, but I think just by how I see film, I was explaining this the other night, and you might know this, but coming from an African household, right, everything is on all the time. TV, radio, sound system. My mum's got a bathroom radio, which is just AM, on all the time. So I had this, as growing up, I had this mishmash of just vision and sound that just blended into each other. And so when I watch film now, I really listen to the sound. I like, the Foley, someone putting a cup down. I really listen to it. I'm really in tune to it. So if I was directing a film, I definitely feel like I would want to manipulate the soundscape of it. I'm really into the idea of making a musical that doesn't feel cheesy. There's this very fine moment between when someone's talking and then they start singing. And that moment, I just want to redefine it, because I just want to try and find a way where people aren't embarrassed and just want to run away. And that's because of my love for film and, music.
So Idris is super, super passionate about music and film. Idris is super, super passionate about his character of Luther. Idris is super, super passionate about his musical expression of his character of Luther, this album he did of songs about Luther. So, where were the songs, Neil? Why weren't any of Idris's Luther songs in the Luther movie? It's a good album. Like, I would have gone nuts if we got Wide Awake or something in the movie.
Oh my god, that would have been so cool.
Maybe it would have been over-egging it, I guess. But Idris isn't singing on the actual album song, so I don't think it would have felt too weird. I would have loved the credit song, even if it was...
Nobody would have known. Nobody would have, questioned, thought twice. It's just for, weird people like us and Idris Elba's satisfaction.
Even if, how you have two credit songs, because the credits go for a long time, what if after Paradise Circus, then we got Murdah Loves John or something? It would have been...
I honestly was. I waited around because I was expecting one of the Elba tracks to be used in that.
I waited for that, and then I waited thinking, are we going to get... It's ridiculous. Are we going to get a post-credit scene with Alice or something? Yeah, that's how I waited around for one of those, but there was nothing there.
MCU Alice scene, yeah.
Yeah. So how do you think that... So we have a short film Luther and a big film Luther, and I think the kind of connective tissue there is Idris, talking, another actor can do it some way, someday, but then Neil Cross and everyone always constantly, well, Idris is the role. And Idris himself, in the interview we read earlier, Idris himself is so personally connected with the role. And in another interview from 2023, Idris says,
so much was made of potentially you being James Bond, which was mostly the internet. I don't think you ever really had or even tried to go that path, right? Like that wasn't even, but it also makes me think that you're defining your own trajectory here, right? Like you're really carving out what's Idris's. Like this is Luther is me, mine, and we're gonna do 5 of these. Like this is gonna be a new chapter in my book, but it's also a chapter I get to control the narrative.
Absolutely.
I would love to hear more about that as an actor with your levels of success, deciding I'm gonna take some control over the next chapter of my book.
Just to be super clear, to get to a position where I can say, this is how, I'm not going to play James Bond, I'm going to play this guy.
Right.
You know what I mean? To get to that position is a blessing. I'm super thankful. And it isn't one that's afforded to everyone, for sure. I'll say that, Luther is the longest character I've played. I've played him for 10 years over the season. So I feel very, very connected to that character. You know what I mean? And I feel like if I was gonna, choose one character to, go into my twilight years as an actor, let's say 10 years of me still acting, I could do Luther.
What is it about that character that, I know you put time into it, but is there something else about the individual that you really love being able to do?
I think that he's complex. He suffers with some mental strain that I think we all suffer, and he lives out his therapy through his work. You know what I mean? I relate to that as an actor. I relate. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't say that I have. We all have stresses, but I exercise my stresses through the characters I play. And Luther is the one character that I can really just let rip. As an artist, as a I don't know how to explain it. Just someone that's investigative. Me personally, I'm investigative in my mind. And when you're chasing in film these characters that are super complex, like in this movie, you know, it takes a certain amount of brain power to do that, to pull that portrayal together. So I love playing him. Also, you know, he breaks the mold. You know what I mean? You know, he's a black detective, I guess, but, you know, and, you know, tortured detective is a mold we've seen before. But this guy, I think he breaks the mold. He seems original. You know what I mean? He's not a carbon copy of anyone else. There's no other Luthers. With you know, I don't know, James Bond or whatever. You've seen, you know, that spy character do incredible fighting skills or whatever. But Luther's not like that. You know what I mean? He uses his brain. It is very cerebral. It's intellectual. It's very intellectual, yeah. And so that's why I like playing him, and I think that he's very well written. You know, Neil Cross is an incredible writer of dark, you know, dark matter. Right. Like he also, with Luther, it's always relatable. You know what I'm saying? With certain other films, you know, the crimes are so like outside of the world. You know, it's like, oh, shadow governments and this, that, and third. But with Luther, it's kind of stuff that you actually can relate to.
That Idris connects so deeply with his character. So I feel like he flip-flops, you know, sometimes. Like he's saying another actor can do it one day or something, but he's also saying, I'm crazily connected to this character. Dude, we only want you we don't want another Luther. You know, the music video is a really fun kind of side thing. But I think on film or TV or whatever, no, just Idris, please.
I can kind of see how those thoughts he has don't necessarily contradict one another, because I think, like, nonetheless, as much as he loves playing that character, I think he also probably likes the idea of the character being bigger than him in some ways, even if in practice we don't think it is necessarily, we feel it's so bound up in him. Nonetheless, when you love something, I think the idea of it being bigger than you can be quite a warm feeling.
It's a shame the music video wasn't promoted more, because it was barely promoted when it came out. And I think it's a pretty interesting thing. Like, Luther fans, it's, you know, something for them to see. If it was more successful, maybe we would have gotten more stuff like this. I would have loved, imagine a music video for Alice Loves, which, like, kind of reinterpreted moments of the show with, like, different actors and, like, in that black and white filming or something. That would have been so cool.
Yeah, actually, I really like that. There's a story that I quite like by G.K. Chesterton. He's the guy that wrote the Father Brown stories, which, if you've only seen the TV show, that's terrible, but the books are really good. And one of those stories is Father Brown is an old man with one of the guys that this character is like a Roman Catholic priest who like doubles as a detective, or even though he's not, like he's a bit like a Miss Marple type. And he's sitting down with this criminal that he sort of caught a few times when they were both younger. And the whole story is told of them sitting across from each other, just chatting as friends, talking like as if Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty as old men were talking about their times as young criminal detective. And I think something that you could do with old Idris Elba is a way you can kind of integrate a new person in that role is by having old Idris Elba in the film as old Luther and a younger man playing him, even though we know that he didn't look like that. Do you see what I mean?
Like a young Indiana Jones thing.
You could have like a younger man playing. Yeah, you could have like an old Idris Elba narrator and a young Idris Elba lookalike type thing. If you see what I'm saying.
I mean, I'd be just as interested in seeing old Luther personally as seeing old Idris Elba play a different character.
Yeah. I'm not sold on the idea of Luther handing over the baton. I'm not even sure that anyone working on producing that would be. I don't think that's ever going to get greenlit, really, is it? More Luther without Idris Elba. I just don't see it.
Idris seems so big into the idea of we make the show bigger or the franchise bigger as we go on. I feel like when he's old enough that he can't do the action set pieces like he likes to, I don't know if he'd be up for it, but you can totally keep doing Luther, but just kind of change the format a little. Do a more Columbo-y Luther or something where he's using his smarts and cases and he doesn't need to run around so much, but he's still on the cool crime scenes and we still film it in cool ways and it's still in the coat and everything. There's ways you could make it work for like an old man Idris if he still wanted to do it when he's 70 or something, but who knows? That's decades away.
I think you don't have to make things bigger all the time. Sometimes making something smaller can work too. So maybe when the years have gone by, maybe it might seem conceivable. They don't always have to make things bigger again. Maybe like a reduction in scale could be useful.
There's a Neil Cross quote I think ties into this casting stuff. So Cross, in an interview with The Independent, says, Cross admits that Luther would absolutely not work if Elba wasn't there to keep the whole fucking ship going. Cross often wonders what would have happened if fate had kept the actor from the role. Cross says, I think about the what-ifs all of the time. I'm acutely aware that not only is there no show without Idris, but that Idris is the gravitational presence around which the whole thing revolves. His presence, power, charm, and intelligence.
I suppose that's part of the point of having like such a central lead creative like actor presence, playing the lead of the show, being so invested in the character, being having everything revolve around this person, is that they're as long as provided they're good to work with, obviously as Elba clearly is, then that is going to be like a force which actually helps it get made, because it keeps people motivated, keeps people working, has something for like a point for everyone to focus their efforts around, and it's just a good thing for actually for getting these things produced. So if you lose that, then you're going to be in trouble.
A couple of other things in this Independent interview I wanted to hear you two specifically hear. So Cross confirms that the film has puckish nods to the Bond lore and says it's not a hot take to express the notion that Idris is one of the most charismatic actors currently on the face of the planet, and I don't think there is any role he couldn't play, so I think he'd make an exceptional Bond, but I prefer Luther. The Independent says, when I say that the world of Luther feels like the antithesis of Bond's, a grittier second cousin, and very much an argument for why Elba shouldn't play the role, Cross smirks. I agree, Cross adds. Then, this bit is interesting. So, the article reads, this being a Luther project, there is lots of violence in the film. However, the opening murder kickstarting this particular chapter is notably of a man. Not a woman. A shift in formula for the show. I wonder if this is due to the upsetting prevalence of violence against women pervading headlines in recent years. From The Fall to Line of Duty and even Happy Valley, crime projects often rely on the depiction of extreme violence against women to heighten their thrills, a notion that is, rightly, increasingly balked at by viewers. However, Cross says, quote, there was very, very little conscious reaction to current events when writing the film. It's been mentioned before that people are uncomfortable with the victimization of women in Luther, and not unfairly, Cross says. The odd thing, though, is that if one were to do the maths, there are many, many more male victims in Luther than there are women. But for reasons I fear to interrogate too deeply, the female victims resonate and scare more deeply. So, there was a defiant part of me in the first draft of this, which was, oh, fuck it. The victim is going to be a woman because that's more frightening. And that's the one moment where Netflix said, do you want to think about this a bit? And I did say, well, it'll be less scary. I worried that it might be, but actually, they were right.
The woke mob of Netflix demanding men be murdered. Oh, it's just gone too far this time. I think The Independent mentioned to him there that they said that it was like a new formula for Luther, for the opening victim to not be a woman. I was just wondering, doesn't
the gas station, the one that starts the D&D?
Yes, the gas station one. Yes, that's a perfect example. Yeah, so it's not really that new for Luther to start off with a male victim, I don't think, because I think maybe slightly bullshitting there. It's not that new. But Cross's comments there about how, I think he's getting at something real, I think, when he talks about the way in which, like, violence against women kind of sort of has a bigger, like, ring in terms of just how prevalent it is in real life, how much gendered violence there is. But I think I think it treads an uncomfortable line with exploitation of that violence and the way we react to it in terms of turning it into entertainment. And it'll be really scary for the consumers of our film. Like, is that the most important thing? I feel a degree of it's not like it doesn't make that much of a huge difference in terms of the creative integrity of the project or whatever. But like, you might as well mix it up, right? There's no point just doing something just because you think, oh, that'll traumatize people more. Yeah.
For fear of becoming the resident that guy, when it comes to this, I was talking about this with the Zoe fridging thing. I just think that drama is drama is drama. I do think, of course, there is a degree to which, the same way we were talking about Cynthia Erivo's race, I think that there is a degree to which all of these things need to be considered holistically. But I don't think that write drama. I don't think anybody's really stopping to dissect you and cancel you for writing a woman getting murdered as well as a man in a film.
I think there's a texture to like the whole Corinne and son relationship that I just can't imagine the film working the same way with a daughter. I think there's something to like the way she dismisses, oh, he couldn't have been doing anything bad. I feel like there's a kind of male aspect to that because I feel like it kind of ties into the cutaway guys and the other people Robey blackmails. We wonder about Callum. What was he looking at? If it was a woman, you could do the same thing, but it's not really because Robey's guys he blackmails and all the Red Room guys seem to be men, that we really see. So I think there's a kind of linking in with how that works.
Yeah, I feel it's extremely important that all the Red Room people we see are men. They don't show any women in those cutaways. I feel that is a very deliberate choice. Like they're making a deliberate choice about gender there. And I think with Callum, like the fact that we open the film essentially with him being blackmailed over screenshots, like that is such a, obviously, it's not necessarily just something that happens to men, but it's something that is so male coded in terms of having these like geeky screenshots of online, like illicit interactions and stuff. And that sense of private shame, possibly of a sexual nature, we don't know, but something like that. I just feel it contributes something to the film, I think, having him be a boy in that scenario.
That article ends with saying Cross is up for doing more Luther with Netflix. The writer was aware of the history of failure when adapting TV shows into a film, but he's happy with the results and would consider doing a new installment every 3 years without a moment's hesitation. He's also keen to realize his hopes of bringing back Warren Brown's deceased detective Justin Ripley for a dream sequence.
I'm not sure how I feel about the idea of dream sequences with dead past characters. I just feel that there's a degree to which that can just get a bit like maudlin and just like, oh my god, shut up, I mean, you can do it tastefully, but I think you can also just go a bit too far. Also, I don't feel Luther as a franchise has really delved into that much, and I feel like it's probably been a good thing that it hasn't, because I feel it's already fantastical enough in tone without having gloopy symbolic dream sequences where we see dead people floating around and giving monologues with thematic importance and I'm being talked to by the dead. Like I think that layer of the show has been like played to a nice degree of like subtlety and like just without being overstated. And I just think that going full like Lindelof dream sequences, dead conscience people talking on your shoulder, I just think it's just kind of getting a bit clownish, I think, if they do that.
I feel completely differently about that. I'd love to see that. I really, I was really hyped when rewatching season 4. Although I knew where it was going. I was really hyped watching the clairvoyant thing and how kind of paranormal and like supernatural that felt. And how it played into the heightened reality of Luther. I'd be really happy to see I really like when drama does this anyway, where it will just kind of occasionally throw out a random supernatural element. The Many Saints of Newark did this. This is the Sopranos movie, where there's a totally random curveball that wasn't marketed whatsoever. There's like an actual supernatural element, and it's not at all explained whatsoever. And like the UFO showing up in Fargo season 2 and that kind of thing. I love all of that stuff. So yeah, I'd be down for that kind of thing.
There's another interview which also has some bits you guys should hear. This one with Digital Trends, where they say, Neil, you are the father of Luther. How does this movie represent the character's evolution from when we first saw him in the first season of Luther more than a decade ago in 2010? And what Neil says is, I've thought about this a lot. I'm not one of those writers who puts deliberate arcs into a story because I'm not a real writer. I'm not a real writer. I just make things up as I go along. So I look at it after I've done it. To me, the arc of the television show is the arc of a man who was forced by circumstances to look into and accept his own true nature. And the minute he accepts his own true nature, he can no longer be a police officer. That's the end of the TV show. Luther the Fallen Son represents the same man having to accept who he now knows he is.
This is kind of the argument I was making about Neil Cross last time we were talking about spooks. And I said that the moment Neil Cross starts interrogating his actual feelings on writing a conservative show about a conservative organisation, maybe you wouldn't want to do it anymore.
To what extent do you feel this film actually represents like that sort of self-acceptance thing for Luther? I mean, I guess certainly in being in prison and outright making a choice saying, fuck it, I'm breaking out of prison. I don't care what the consequences are. I know I just have to do this. I think you could, I suppose you could say in a way that's him sort of just embracing who he is and just feeling, I don't care. I'm not being bound by law or prison anymore. I'm above and beyond all of this. I will take it upon myself to break out of here because I know I'm the only person who can stop this madman. I think it's almost like him leaning into his kind of self-aggrandizing kind of narcissistic qualities almost and being rewarded for it in some ways.
I've been waxing lyrical for months now about the fact that I believed that the future of Luther was Luther committing murder. And it being a big sequence, it being a huge thing, it really weighing on him that he has to do it, but he does it. Or not necessarily that he has to do it, but chooses to do it. But I think Luther killed in this, didn't he? He bashed a guy's head in the Red Room. Did you guys catch that? He's got like a spanner or something, and he's really going at him. and it lingers on him doing it. Like he really, he gives him a few good whacks, probably more than he needs. So I think, I think at this stage, maybe my hope for that has been blown out of the water. But even if that was not the intent, even if he didn't kill that guy, I just don't think that's the future. There was some guy that was dead on the ground of the Red Room.
Yeah, I'm looking now. It's around an hour, 50 minutes, 28-ish seconds into it. I'm pretty sure it's the guy who was operating the chains, because it's not the actual Estonian guy who Odette has a face-off with her daughter. And of course, it's not Robey who Luther goes and fights outside. I'm pretty sure it's that chain guy, because that was the only other human I really saw in the red bunker there. Yeah, he lays into him multiple times. I guess you're right, yeah.
You could possibly make the argument that it was scripted that he knocked him out. But if you watch that scene, he's really, really attacking him, and he quite, you don't see it. So I think the implication is he's caving his skull in with a spanner.
I mean, even if he only knocked him out, he leaves him in that room to get burned to death. So he's dead one way or another, I think, by the end. Assuming this is a person who's there. So
yeah. So my feeling of Luther as this Batman guy who says he will never kill but eventually will. I think that's not going to happen, unfortunately.
Neil also says that he will be writing Luther until someone puts me in a straitjacket and drags me away and locks me away. So this isn't a man who wants to get away from doing this or who feels henpecked by Idris. This is a guy who seems pretty happy with how this turned out and wants to do more.
Or he's suggesting that some future installment of Luther will actually make someone put him in a straitjacket and take him away. So I'll be interested to see the end product of that.
He said to the Radio Times that, the Radio Times kind of asking, is Luther better than Bond? And Elba says, not better, no. Elba says carefully, Luther's equally engaging, equally sexy and great to see visually. But Bond is from a universe where espionage was the way to capture. Luther is from the world where you bang on the door. Are you in there? I'm coming in. I think Luther fits with a bit more of a modern day bad guy as opposed to someone from the taking over the world style.
He's more of a street level. He's street level, isn't he? He's not like some kind of blooming space. Not space. Sorry. He's not like. There isn't the glamour, I think, of Bond. He isn't like fine martinis and going on ferries and luxurious glamour, going to the opera or anything like that. Luther is, just as Cross says, he's banging on doors. He is kind of just dangling people over ledges kind of person.
The Radio Times person tells Elba they cheered aloud at the rooftop cape jacket scene, and Elba says, that moment, because that's one of the anchors of the show, isn't it? Being above London, looking out at the town. It's a trope, that coat and standing on the rooftop. It's sort of become a national treasure. Although I don't want to ruin it for you, but the flappy cape moment was very hard to actually orchestrate. It wasn't very superhero. I had a guy under me with a leaf blower, and that didn't work, so in the end, we had to get some string. But that was a great little moment when I was like, man, we made it. Later on in that article, he's talking about how there were stressful bits of the film, like the underwater stuff with Robey at the end, where, he was thinking, the stunts are so relentless, you're constantly shooting in the pouring rain at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, can we do a story in the Caribbean? Mind you, it would still be raining if we did. That's just part of the texture of Luther. Cross says he and the team made up long lists of places Luther wouldn't look right. Los Angeles, too glamorous and sunny, and places he could go to. Mexico City, suitably edgy. Cross says we were very clear that whatever we did had to belong to the same territory that we'd established in the TV series. It couldn't be Luther in Marbella. It still had to smell and sound and feel like Luther. And Elba says, we could take him out of Lutherland, drop him in Thailand, and he's still going to have that grit. He carries a bit of rain everywhere he goes.
I think that's part of why the costume is so important, isn't it? Because it's part of that look. I think that part of his ability to bring an atmosphere with him is kind of embedded in how he looks and how he kind of carries himself.
Radio Times pull him up on no Alice, and Cross says he doesn't rule out bringing her back later on. And Elba agrees, I don't think anyone can replace Alice in Luther's heart. I think as storytellers, we are custodians of something that a lot of people also own, and Alice is a big part of that. I think we all want to see that happen, but you've got to be careful not to do it badly. There's an idea, but I don't want to overspeak because I think Neil wants to own it.
Ooh. Oh, maybe could that be about the spin-off that he's talking about there?
Yeah.
He continues, I think it would be amazing. She takes our breath away. Alice on her own is a show.
Yeah.
So just imagine her coming into this scape.
Maybe they want to do the Alice spin-off first, then have her crossover with Luther again in the movies. Because then she's taking the step up from TV to film, just like Luther did. Yeah. That'd be fun.
Neo, you're quite enthusiastic about this Alice spin-off. More so than I am, at least.
I think it could work great. I think there's lots of ways you could do it. I think I would like to dart around her life a little bit. I wouldn't like a whole prequel, but I think there's lots of moments. There's some moments with kind of inside the timeline of Luther, and there's moments before it I'd be interested in. I'd like to see maybe what led her to... Look, I don't care if Ruth Wilson's playing herself at 20 or whatever. She would act that perfectly. It doesn't matter if we look older or younger or whatever. So I'd be interested maybe seeing some of the younger Alice leading up to the killing. I would be interested in seeing, what adventures was she having off screen between knowing Luther, like in the Luther series. If we could get an episode of the Alice spin-off with Luther in it, I wouldn't want like a new story. That sounds bad. I mean, that would always be interesting, but I also think there's an interesting space in between series 4 and 5 when they were together. That series 5 put like 12 minutes of flashback in there, but I'd love to see, did they have an adventure on a way to the love cabin? Like, I'd be interested to...
It's the box set era.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And of course, after series 5, it'll be interesting. What does she do next? I think there's lots of spots in her life I would love to see. She's a great character. I reckon she could carry a show. I'd be interested to see it for sure. And she kind of demands a cerebral sort of writing out of Cross that Luther doesn't always himself.
Yeah, that we're kind of... We've all been subtly complaining that we're not getting out of the film. So, I'd like to see Cross at his best again. Would be really nice.
Gig, would you want the spin-off?
I mean, I want more Alice in any context. I would think there would be a challenge in terms of how do you get scenes with her that kind of still fizzle even though she doesn't have Luther to bounce off. Because I think if you're doing her on her own, then you need who's she going to be talking to and giving all these amazing speeches to? Because part of the fun of Alice is that she is kind of needling this incredibly kind of stoic guy with all her kind of rhetoric and kind of techniques and tricks. So I feel like she'd have to have other people to work off if you're giving her own show. And there's a risk of it not being quite as good, or that she's surrounded by other characters who are as wacky as she is, or they're more boring than she is. And I think it's just a whole set of things you have to work out. And I think it would need like its own kind of format. You need to work out what to do there. But it could work if it's done well.
Idris says, I can see us doing a 3-hour film one day. Doing a film gives us time to really unpeel John like an onion. I want to know so much more about him. Where's his dad? What toll has his wife's death taken on him? Films give us the space to explore that.
Yeah, I'm down.
Oh, that's really heartening. That's really good to hear.
Where's his dad? Idris, you've got a video to watch. Go look at your own music video.
3-hour Luther film.
Yeah, that's really heartening to hear that they're talking about examining the character rather than let's put. I love the idea of let's put Luther in Sierra Leone, but I'm more interested in let's look at the way that Luther's dad had a psychological effect on him. That kind of thing.
I do think maybe hopefully if the first film is like successful, that might give them more leeway in terms of opening up like the runtime, like they say 3 hours. I mean, I'd be up for that, but like more time to just really slow down and get into the nitty gritty. I think that would be much more fun. I think it's the sort of thing that maybe might be more realistic to expect of a follow-up film than maybe like the first film. And this is in very many ways kind of a first trial run or an experiment in some ways. Like they haven't done it before, so there are going to be some sort of there are going to be some stuff that isn't necessarily completely formed yet. This isn't just necessarily the finished iteration of Luther.
Yeah. Idris also says there, Luther's superpower is conviction. He's going to get there no matter what it takes. Fiction plays a massive role in our absorption of the real world. We could live in escapism just so we can breathe or be scared or let out some anger or some laughter. And Luther does sit in that space at a crucial time. It's just entertainment, but come on, guys. Don't we want people like that in our lives? People who will break out of prison to keep a promise? Don't we want people like that a little bit? The success of Luther speaks to the fact that no matter what the world goes through, there are certain types of people that we all gravitate to. People we feel safe around. We want that.
It's interesting to think of Luther that way. Someone who you feel safe around, someone who's a cuddly bear, someone who's a big hero, lovely, we love him. Because, so much of Luther has been exploring how Luther is actually quite dangerous and toxic to the people around him. So it's funny and kind of interesting to sort of see him really vaunted for his idealized qualities. The idea that someone who is, I guess it's not necessarily that much of a contradiction, because, we see this a lot in Doctor Who as well. The idea that this character who is nonetheless pursuing their own vices to a degree that can be harmful, but nonetheless those qualities are also what make them a hero in their own way. The fact that they're fictional is sort of why we can love them. If they were in our real lives, we might find them to be like painful or terrible. But because they're safely enclosed in the realm of fiction, the realm of the imaginary, they can do things that we're incapable of, and they can aspire to ideals that we could never treat as realistic.
I can sort of see the thinking if you didn't know the character that well, or you didn't care that much for the character. But I do know the character very well, and it's sort of like when people say like that they want to be whisked away by the David Tennant Doctor, and you just think, what? Him? Really? Do you? You want to have a relationship with Tennant? I just don't get it. I don't understand it. So I don't really. I know Luther very well, and I don't think he's like a good, safe. I know he's like a force of nature. I know that he will kind of do what he believes is the moral good. I wouldn't be safe around him. I wouldn't feel safe around. I don't want to be anywhere near the guy. So I don't really see him that way. I can understand why maybe you would characterize him as that during like a press run, but that's not what the character is to me.
On that note, a line from the film that I loved is when Luther's talking to the guy in the tattoo parlor, and he says, I've got to make this right. It's going to be bad for you, but not that bad. That made me laugh.
There's this great oral history retrospective on Luther that's come out March 2023 by GQ. There's just this little backstory about the series I didn't know before. I don't know if Cross had spoken about it before, that you guys should hear. And so it was talking about the stuff we already know, the hybridizing American and British detectives into everything. He'd finished doing his stuff on Spooks. The BBC asked him if he had any ideas. His idea really stood out in a sea of ensemble kind of plot-driven cop shows, lots of forensic cop shows back then. The Luther idea, really fired them up back then. But their suggestion was that Luther's adversary should not be an old man like he'd originally outlined it as. Originally it was going to be this old man pedophile type guy that Luther had some run-ins or something.
I knew that I wanted there to be it was an episodic, it was like a C-story antagonist. And I was very inspired, by which I mean I was going to steal an idea from a book by Mo Hader, who died recently, who was a really good crime writer.
Who wrote Birdman?
Yeah, I was going to nick an idea from that. There was a character called Penderecki that the main character was obsessed with because Penderecki was a paedophile who he thought killed his brother 30 years ago. I was going to steal exactly that thing, but I really liked the idea there's a copper and some old man accused of some old crime that were involved in this, you know. And it's kind of quite weird going back now and excavating the bones and remembering the old ideas and the acts of theft that I was going to perpetrate and whatnot. And again, the BBC turned around as, you know, they liked the script, they liked a bunch of stuff, or they liked the outlines. I wrote some outlines for the first time in my life. And they said, but we don't like this relationship. We think that whoever this character is, it should be a woman. And for some reason, it just went ping. And as happens all too infrequently in my job, Alice just came to life immediately. And I knew who she was and I knew what she looked like. And I have, of all the people I've ever written on screen or on page or whatever, I've got a very, very peculiar relationship with Alice because she is more real to me. Or Luther is in some ways easy for me because clearly he's a part of myself, but he's a much better part of myself. He's the part of myself that would do the right thing were I not such a moral coward. I am, in fact, the person, you know, who would hide beneath the sofa when the bad guys break in. But there's a lot. I don't quite understand my relationship with Alice because she's much more clever than me. She's much more witty than me. And the thing which really genuinely troubles me sometimes in the dark watches of the night at 4:00 in the morning is that she knows things that I don't. So I'll be writing Alice stuff and she'll say something. And I then have to go and look it up to confirm that it's right.
Wow.
It's a very, very bizarre relationship that she and I have.
But they said, well, can you make this a woman? And then Alice just kind of popped fully formed into Cross's head.
Well, they made a good call there, I think. I think if having a pedo in that kind of role in the show might have made it a bit awkward to kind of flesh out in the way that they did with Luther and Alice in the end. I think that the fact that Alice's crime, even though it's something horrible and she killed her parents and stuff, it's not something that Luther is immediately... it's the kind of horrible crime that Luther can still be mates with the committer of, if you see what I mean. Even though it is terrible, you can't envision Luther having that kind of sort of intimate, kind of confidant relationship with like a war criminal or like a paedophile, or even though even though murdering people is bad, it's nonetheless something that feels of a piece with the world that Luther inhabits, if you see what I mean.
Cross also says, as Ruth Wilson herself has said, we never saw Alice in a box with a sheet over her face. Alice is very beloved to me, and I can't imagine the world of Luther without Alice in it. And Luther is not going to end until I do. When I die, they'll probably find an unfinished Luther script. I will always want to write Luther, whether anybody wants to make them or not. There are also some roles that just cannot be recast, and Luther is one of those. Idris has an irreplaceable presence and would be fools to even consider it. And Idris says, Luther's one of my legacy characters. With the film, we've got a new sandbox to play in. I want to direct a Luther film. That would be a rite of passage for me.
That would be really cool. I'd be interested in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On that note about the unused Luther script, finding it after Cross is dead, I mean, I feel like that we could eventually see that in the Lost Stories box set of Big Finish, Luther, the unmade episodes. And that might also answer the question of recasting Luther, because, Big Finish would try if they couldn't get Idris in.
Did you want to mention the car thing?
That's all yours, man.
I think it's, I think I've mentioned before that I'm not like a car guy or anything. I'm not really that interested in cars, but I am interested in Luther iconography, and I'm interested in the fact that one of the icons of Luther, we talk about his coat, we talk about the tie things, or the red, is his car. And his car, originally from seasons 1 to 4, is a Volvo 740 GL. That's the make of the car from 1990. And it's had, during that 1 to 4 run, it had one license plate, which was, I've got it written down here, it's H654WKH. It kept that license plate for the entirety of seasons 1 to 4. I suppose between season 4 and 5, I don't know what happened to that car. I guess it was decommissioned or something. They replaced it because they later auctioned it. There's an article from January 2022 that Luther's car was auctioned for a measly $4,500. In season 5, it was replaced by a Volvo 240 DL, which is a couple of years younger. That one, again, because I'm not a car guy, I couldn't really figure it out, but I did have a good look at all the cars from the 80s, and I discovered that that make is from between 1987 to 1989. You can pass it off, as they have done, as being the same car. They've done the same like panel work where the iconic thing of Luther's car is that not all the panels are the same color. So they've like replaced the panels to be the same way with this different car, but it's not actually the same make at all. And changed his license plate so his original one was a 1990 reg, an H reg, and this one was also an H reg. It was H970 TWP. So they kept that for Luther season 5. But in this film, they changed it again, which I'm interested in because I know that Idris Elba's big into cars, and I assume from the fact that I've always had a feeling that Cross must be really into sort of 80s, 90s cars because there's loads of them, vans, cars in Luther, and they quite often have 90s regs. Like it's their old cars that you wouldn't really see in London or really anywhere anymore. So I'm curious as to why. I hope that I can eventually find out, but I didn't, unfortunately, for this podcast, why they've changed the reg. But if you're interested, it was J168 RBM, which is a 1991 reg, so they didn't even get the year right this time. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether it's...
I dare say they assumed nobody would notice, is the main thing with the license plate.
Maybe. Maybe, yeah.
But they underestimated the eagle-eyed Luther fans.
Maybe that's true. But the reason that I'm curious about it is because I wouldn't really give it much thought if I didn't know that Idris Elba and Neil Cross themselves are really, really into their cars, and they've gone to a great effort to sustain this iconic car and its license plate for this long. So I'm just, I was just interested in that, and the fact that, again, I'm not 100% sure whether the Fallen Sun car is the same car as the season 5 car, but they've gone to an extent to remain as 1990 Volvo as they possibly can, which I think is at least a nice thing.
Also, did you say that the line about trading the car for however much money in a David Bowie vinyl, that Cross has had that one in the bank for years?
Yeah, there was a GQ article about the cars of Luther from 2019, and from an interview with Neil Cross. I don't know which interview this is from, but that journalist took from an interview with Neil Cross that he said he imagined that Luther bought that car back in the 80s for £500 on a David Bowie vinyl, and you get that line finally, which he's clearly been mulling over since at least 2019 in this film.
That's cute. I like that. Little inconsistent bit of a Luther lore there.
Yeah, that's about it for cars, unless anybody, I understand that I'm the one that cares more about the Luther cars than you guys, but unless you have anything else to say on it.
We all have something.
I wanted to know what you guys thought of the art pieces in the really amazing montage, the introductory montage of kind of retconning season 5 before the big Luther logo over London. There was quite a few sustained shots of. There was one of a sculpture of Christ on a crucifix. It was quite like a dysmorphed figure. There was, I think it's all religious iconography. There's one of like a lynching. It looks like a Renaissance painting, but that doesn't come up again. They don't there's no religious iconography used again. That was just in the montage. I kind of thought
Robey is spooky.
Well, yeah, I just think that's quite disappointing. I kind of assumed I sat there watching that and thought, oh, maybe this is where the Fallen Sun title comes in, and maybe we're going to see some more. Maybe it's going to be like RTD likes to do. There'll be some like subtle religious stuff dotted throughout the film, but there wasn't. It was just that montage. So
when Luther was getting hoisted up on those chains, it did put me back in mind of that painting of the person being like sort of roped up and pulled up. But at the same time, I think those art pieces are kind of like the Fallen Sun title. Funny enough that we bring it up, I feel like it's communicating more of a vibe rather than a real major thematic concern of the film. I think the general vibe of people being turned into, I think violence as a spectacle, people being martyred or sacrificed or power. Just really, really public displays of cruelty. I mean, that's a crucifixion, isn't it? You're literally nailing a man to a cross. And also, I think a degree of Luther's self-sacrificing tendency comes in there, the way in which he puts himself through these torments, like the prison break, and going there, getting stabbed by Odette, and just really like putting himself through the ringer to try and do what he feels is right. So I think there's a way in which he kind of takes on all the sins of the world onto his flesh. So I think the vibe of Luther is communicated by those artworks, even if it's not really a hugely textual thing.
That air ambulance scene of Luther, again, ridiculously because of the amount of hours it takes for travel from Norway to London. But anyway, crossing over into Dover and then back into London. I found it quite sweet that that there was a point made that Luther didn't rest. Luther didn't close his eyes until he knew that he was back in London, back in Lutherland.
Nice shot of seeing London through the helicopter window, kind of from his point of view. Yeah.
It's sort of like on a meta sense. It's like Luther being lifted by helicopter between countries. It's like that, a representation of how the film is kind of lifting Luther into a different environment, putting it onto the big screen. It's sort of like this is our little Luther getting carried across, from the helicopter. It's like he's getting like the royal treatment. It's quite interesting.
Well, I suppose the last thing I had to say then was about Luther's theme, his Lorne Balfe's theme for Luther. I have softened on it since the release. I was a bit annoyed that it was kind of quite. It hasn't got as much heart as I would like. It hasn't got as much heart as the show's composer Paul Englishby injected into the show occasionally. I don't think it crescendos. It just sort of sits as it is. So it doesn't feel like much of a theme to me in the sense that I suppose maybe I've been conditioned by Murray Gold too much. But I'm a bit slightly disappointed by that.
It's a subtle, yeah.
But I don't know. It's okay, but it's a bit too. It's not enough Murray Gold, and it's a bit too Sega Nakanola for me. It
feels to me like Luther is the kind of IP that deserves a dedicated composer like Murray Gold, who does Murray Gold-like things with it, because it feels like that's a whole dimension of storytelling that could be explored way more, and maybe isn't that much. Because to be honest, like practically no music from the TV series sticks out to me, except from licensed songs that they needle drop now and then. Like, and it was similar with this film. Like I wouldn't say there was a huge amount of music from Lorne Balfe in this film that really stuck out to me, but it was just like I just feel, it kind of makes me wish there was more really thematic stuff being done with music, like all across the franchise, not just the film.
There was that track, like the actual Luther theme, it's called on the album, which we hear now and again. It's more at the ending, but the really memorable track of the film for me, it's the one you hear it when Luther's out on the rooftops. It's called Luther Over London on the album. It's also in Twisted Flames when Corinne finds the weird occulty, the phone's in a circle and everyone's been hanged. It's the prison break one we were talking about earlier. I don't really know what it signifies. It's just this really haunting bit of music the film uses often. It's not only in scenes with Luther, sometimes it's in scenes with Robey, sometimes it's in scenes in prison. It's like this haunting, tense track that the film uses really often. And I really like that one. But yeah, apart from that, there was a lot of incidental stuff. Lorne Balfe is an interesting guy. He does a ton of scores, and so he's like Hans Zimmer in that. Some of them are just kind of...
I liked on the soundtrack The Rising Sun, which is it's a take on Paradise Circus.
Lorne Balfe's one of those popular composers that do tons and tons and tons of things. So naturally, some of them they will be super passionate about and actually put loads and loads of thought and heart and effort and everything into. And some of them might be a quicker process for them. But there wasn't much music in this film, but I really liked that main haunting track. And I think Luther's theme was a kind of nice thing. And there are a couple of other little bits here and there that I thought were interesting. Overall, I did prefer the TV score, which I can remember bits of quite vividly, certain bits. This melancholy music from Series 1 and music when the Gamer Boys were jumping on cars in Series 2. There's a lot of bits of the music I can actually remember from Paul Englishby. But I am actually a great fan of Lorne Balfe and a lot of things. His score for the Wheel of Time television show it's one of the best scores I've heard in my life, honestly. It's just this absolutely stunning, ambitious mixture. It's broken all conventions of genre and fantasy understandings, and it's infusing all these completely different sorts of genres and styles. It's like this big world, and it's so completely laid into the actual world building story of the show. It's just, I could talk for hours about it. It's just this genius, creative, holistic, brilliant, unshackled, uncluttered from the past approach to scoring, particularly fantasy. It's just stirring stuff, and he's done several albums from that. But yeah, the Luther score, I'll remember that main track, the main haunting track. And I know that you, Gig, like the track Closure from the soundtrack as well. So there is some good music in there. But yeah, it doesn't feel like a passion project for Lorne Balfe, and it doesn't feel like one of the most interesting aspects of the film, but certainly enjoyable.
I guess just a little thing. It didn't really hit me until later, but I appreciate how, even though it is in various ways a goofy film, it didn't try to make a meme of itself. It wasn't overly winking or ironic about the goofiness. It wasn't precious about its own goofiness. Like, it takes itself seriously, despite, I mean, there are moments of levity, but it takes itself seriously in its own silliness, in a way. It commits to what it's doing. It doesn't have any sort of detachment or distance. It's not worried about people making fun of it, I think is the main thing.
Yeah, there's that endearing amount that Idris and Neil buy into what they're doing. Even it's not like trying to be some insanely serious didactic thing or anything, but I like that it's so much easier to buy into something when it buys into itself. Absolutely. If we have no other final thoughts, I would just ask that how would you feel if we didn't get another film and this was the last Luther we saw? I'm sure it won't be, but how would you feel if that happened?
Gutted.
Yeah, considering where season 5 left off back in 2018, I was saying to everybody I knew that Luther had ended perfectly, and I hope that there's never any more. And I would feel the same again if this were the ending. If this were the final Luther ever, I think that would be a real shame.
I think now we've started this, we might as well have more. Like, I want more. They can clearly do more. They can do more than this. Like, this is fun. This is fine. But there is just so much more they can do now that they've made this happen. And I think it would just be a crying shame to stop here, to be honest. Like, come on. Get it back together. Kick it up in gear. Let's do some more.
Luther 5, to my mind, closed the story off so well that had that been the final Luther ever, that's fine. That would have been fine with me. But this has, by its nature as the first film in a potential franchise, has opened things up that it doesn't feel like closure in any sense. I don't feel closure from this. I feel amped. I'm ready for more. I'm ready for like the next phase of Luther. So yeah, I want more.
I want more Luther. Idris wants more Luther. Neil Cross wants more Luther. I really hope it happens.
Yeah, me too.
And that wraps up our discussion for Luther, The Fallen Son, the Luther film. Hopefully just the first of more to come. What did you think of The Fallen Son? How do you think it sits in with the series overall? What did you think of stuff we had to say? Neil Cross and Idris Elba quotes we brought into the discussion. Things we might have missed or not talked about. Let us know all your thoughts. What did you think of the movie overall? And as always, thank you very much for listening. Cheers.